November 19th, 2012, San Carlos Planning Commission meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Nelson, will you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Gutierrez.
Present.
Commissioner Silverman.
Present.
Commissioner Corral.
Present.
Commissioner Harper Pedersen. Present. Chair Marsters.
Present. Public comment. Public comment is limited to items not on the agenda. The Commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed by the Brown Act. However, the Commission's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or have a matter placed on a future Commission agenda for a more comprehensive action or report. Is there anybody who would like to speak under public comment? Please fill out a speaker card and come to the, come to the microphone, fill out a speaker card afterwards.
Brian Jackson, 958 Hall Street. It's actually related to an old business item from several months ago regarding the overpass 101 for the pedestrian overpass and everything. I don't know if anything was ever considered, instead of building a big thing like they have in Belmont for years and hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever it cost, just a button that you can press, like crosswalk that lights up a sign to warn people that, hey, there's someone walking here. So when they cross the roads, I go over that road 4 times a week, and I mean it's not as bad. I mean I've walked it with my 5-year-old son before, and it's just a little bit of warning for the cars to actually realize, hey, there's humans here. You know, that might be a little cheaper alternative for someone to look into. You understand what I'm kind of
yes.
like on
Yes.
Tamarack and.
Yeah, the flashing lights in the road.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
and
embedded, but
the
even
sign.
if it's a sign, for the on-ramps, the on-ramp going south, the crossover on both of the clover leaves and the flyover as well.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Hello. I know later there's something, an agenda item for this one thing, and I'm not trying to address it directly, but I'm not sure if this would be a city council item or a planning commission item, but I think San Carlos has a real opportunity here, and I've wondered how to get it thrown out there, and I'm not necessarily giving anyone extra work. I mean, that's why I'm here. It's just we have a corridor from Redwood City to Belmont that's not really developed, and it could be a great park could be put in there. I've been to a lot of cities where even though there's tracks and stuff, there's parks. There's bike paths, there's walking paths and stuff the whole way. And San Carlos could be just a great city, the city of good living, and that could be a corridor from Redwood City to Belmont and eventually north or south if other cities want to do it and stuff. So
I think we're going to address that as part of the...
all right. It didn't,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For an item not on the agenda.
Correct.
Okay. Is this? And please make sure you fill out a...
Oh, you have one. Aldo Zebergs
Oh, okay.
on 979 Springfield Drive. Good evening, folks. The major issue that I wanted to cover is going to be adequately covered by others. I've been trying to get something done for Holly Street, which has been a tremendous problem, as you well know, being about the only main exit in and out of our city. And the main problem is when trying to merge down in either direction, going east or west, and when we try to form 2 lanes towards the end when they hit other intersections at Industrial Lower County, it forms into 2 lanes and traffic goes in each one very nicely, and people, give each other room and stuff. In between, if you try to start to get over and form 2 lanes, you always seem to have some hard-headed idiot, I'm not going to let him in. And I've been trying to get it would be a minimum amount of expense for this city to do at some meager time in the morning when we're all sleeping. Make it 2 lanes. All they need to do is paint dotted lines down each side. It'll still allow people to park when they want because the signs will be there and they won't park when they're not supposed to. But then people will tend to be on either one side or the other side of that lane, and it will improve continuity tremendously. It's a minimum expense, but it would do a lot of good for getting traffic moved. Thanks, guys, and I hope to see that within the month. At least before the end
Thank
of the
you.
world here next year.
I'm sure staff is taking notes on that, so thank you.
The best-looking one of your group is.
Thank you.
You taking notes, Scott?
Yeah, that's it. That's it for public comment, it looks like. Actually, I'm going to insert an item in here called changes to the order of the agenda. And I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners if they have any requests for changing the order of the agenda.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we can change 7C and move that up before the Transit Village, probably.
So you would like
to
to
do.
take 7C
Move it
and
to 7A,
move it before 7A?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any objections to that?
No.
No.
Deborah, do we need a motion to do that? No. Okay. Okay, so let's move on to approval of the minutes.
I've reviewed them. I don't have any changes.
I don't either.
Nor do I.
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, let's move on to new business. Consideration of general plan conformity determination for the disposition of Wheeler Parking Plaza, 1245 San Carlos Avenue, 1249 through 1265 San Carlos Avenue, 657 Walnut Street, and 616 Laurel Street, APNs 050-132-260, 050-132-180, 050-132-170, 050-132-230, and 050-132-140 pursuant to California Government Code 65402.
Repeat that, please.
Well done. Deborah Nelson, Planning Manager. The Planning Commission's role in the California Government Code, prior to disposition and acquisition of property by the city, you make a determination whether or not such disposition and acquisition is in conformity with the general plan. The other time you do this every year is with the whole capital improvement program in June. So this kind of request comes up infrequently. But the project is for the disposition and development of Wheeler Plaza, the commercial buildings at 1249 through 1245, or 65 San Carlos Avenue, 1245 San Carlos Avenue, 616 Laurel Street, and the residential apartment at 657 Walnut. This is in the blue, the limits of the project. The transfer to Silverstone for development of Wheeler Plaza is the 1249 through 65 and 1245 San Carlos Avenue, the 657 Walnut, for 108 housing units, 9,855 square feet of commercial space, and a 427 parking garage, space parking garage. Also, use of the Foodville site which is the Laurel Street address during construction. The building will be removed, and Silverstone would use that during construction. Transferred back to the city will be the public parking garage, reciprocal easements for access, but on what would be the alley behind Laurel Street, and the vacant space, the old Foodville site, for ultimate development of a public plaza and commercial building on Laurel Street, which will not be performed by Silverstone. So, where we are to date in the project, the council approved the final environmental impact report on your recommendation, which had come in April, and the Transportation and Circulation Commission's recommendation on the Transportation and Circulation and Parking part of the EIR, their recommendation in March. The disposition and development agreement is being prepared for consideration, will be on the January 14th, 2013 City Council agenda, and so the item before you needs to be determined before they can put it on their agenda. This is your motion. Sorry, there's more reading of the APN numbers in the motion, and that is that you determine it is consistent with the general plan. You've been through lots of process on this project. The EIR did an analysis of its consistency with the general plan, and this is a formal motion you need to take. And that concludes my report.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
I actually only have two. The first one is on page, it's called page 13-4. It mentions the Cherry Street component, and nowhere in here did I see anything having to do with transferring of properties from the Cherry Street component
Right.
of the project.
The final environmental impact report looked at Cherry Street. There is no ownership by the city of Cherry Street at this juncture, so you're only making the finding regarding the properties that are in the motion.
Okay. Okay. I was just kind of curious why that was even inserted in there if we didn't own any property on Cherry Street. And the second question I have is, are all of these properties sort of passed through the redevelopment? Has there been a decision made that we will actually own all of these?
I do not have the staff report right in front of me. There is a paragraph in there which speaks to the oversight board, and I believe that their next consideration of this will be in February.
Okay. So
But still, you take this action in
As-
anticipation.
for now, we're still planning on
Yes.
the assumption that the oversight board will partner with us.
Yes.
Thank you. Somebody else want to read the motion?
I'd love to. I move that the Planning Commission determine that the disposition of Wheeler Plaza parking lot 1249-1265 San Carlos Avenue, 1245 San Carlos Avenue, 616 Laurel Street, and 657 Walnut Street, APN 050-132-260, 050-132-180, 050-132-170, and 050-132-230, and 050-132-140 to Silverstone Communities for the development of the Wheeler Plaza redevelopment project, and that the acquisition by the city of the completed public parking garage, reciprocal easement agreement for access, and vacant site for outdoor public plaza and commercial building development on Laurel Street conforms with the City of San Carlos's general plan as required by California Government Code Section 65402, based on the reasons in the staff report and attachments thereto.
Second.
And before we vote on this, is it appropriate to have public comment?
If
You could.
public wants to comment.
Yes,
You have to let
so
them comment.
that's, I want to make sure that I give public the opportunity to speak on this, if there's anybody who would like to speak on it.
I've seen this project, and I think it's a really good example of the kind of project we need in this community. It's well situated. It's a lot of people are going to actually want to live there, and the plan looks really good. And I know that there's some issues around funding, but I encourage you guys to go for it. I think it's a great project.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we are going to move on to the first of the public hearings, and we're going to go with public hearing for 60 and 68 Loma Road, APN 051-472-020 and 040, consideration of a request for approval of a general plan map amendment and zoning district boundary map amendment.
I just note for the record that this is basically a part of an annexation plan, annexing a portion of the unincorporated area of the county of San Mateo. I am an employee of the county of San Mateo. I'm an attorney for the county. I also note that there is an opinion from the Environmental Health Division, which is my assigned client, but I have no financial interest in this whatsoever, and I don't think that affects my ability to make a decision.
Okay?
Good evening. Stephanie Bertolo Davis, Senior Planner. Tonight before you are being asked to consider a general plan map amendment and a zoning district boundary map amendment at 60 and 68 Loma Road. The two parcels are a little over 1 acre in area. They're currently located in unincorporated San Mateo County, but they are adjacent to the city boundary line at the southeastern portion of the city, western, excuse me. This map here, everything that you see in pink are parcels located within the county of San Mateo. Yellow and green are city parcels. These are the two subject sites of 60 and 68 Loma Road. About 65% of Loma Road, this section here, is within the city of San Carlos and served with city services. The remaining percentage, which trails off the map here, are served by the county of San Mateo. The intent of the request tonight is that 60 Loma does indeed have a failing septic system, as has been certified and determined by the San Mateo County Environmental Health Department. Existing conditions of the site, it's quite steep. There's heavily vegetated with many trees and other type of vegetation. Would preclude relocating the septic system without causing other potential environmental hazards. Additionally, the type of septic system, existing system, is quite old and outdated, and Environmental Health has also stated that repairs to such an old system would not likely be feasible to meet current building codes. So the request for a site to annex into a city is a multi-step process. I'll just go over it briefly here. The first step is determining if the site is indeed within the LAFCO, or Local Agency Formation Commission, which is a state-mandated county agency's sphere of influence map. A sphere of influence is a map that outlines potential future boundary, organization, and service plans for cities. And these sites are indeed within San Carlos' sphere of influence. The next step, and that's what is before you tonight for consideration, is to amend the general plan map of the city to give these sites a color on the general plan map and a land use designation, as well as to pre-zone these sites for a potential future zoning district designation. These steps would amend the city boundary line, and then subsequent to tonight's meeting, these same processes move forward to the City Council for review and action. Tonight you are being asked to consider and prepare a recommendation to the Council. Following those steps, the project comes back to the City Council for an additional action, which is that on the formal property tax exchange between a county and a city. Once that step has been completed, the last step is a formal annexation hearing by the LAFCO agency. LAFCO then reviews and takes action. Once they take that action, the final step of annexation into the city can occur. So with that, moving on to the general plan amendment request component tonight, every parcel is required to have a zoning that's consistent with its underlying adopted general plan. Thus, in order to even consider the annexation, the sites must have a general plan designation. It's recommended that these sites be given a land use designation of single-family low density, the 3 dwelling unit per acre designation. This is consistent with the 2 immediately adjacent city parcels here. It's also consistent with the lot shape and size and pattern of the neighborhood. The general plan did adopt a goal and numerous subsequent land use policies to review annexation requests against, and as outlined in the report, it's found that this request does meet all of those policies. The second component of the zoning district boundary map amendment, excuse me, the zoning ordinance update that became effective at the end of last year did adopt a new ordinance that pertains just to pre-zoning and annexation requests. So this is the first pre-zoning annexation request that has been submitted under our current zoning update, or current zoning ordinance since the update. So requests for annexation and pre-zonings need to not only now comply with the new pre-zoning and annexation ordinance, but also the zoning district boundary map amendment ordinance. So these sites are proposed to be pre-zoned RS3, which is single-family low density. That's consistent with the recommended general plan designation that I just mentioned. It's consistent again with the 2 adjacent city parcels here. They also have the same, that would have that same zoning designation. It's indicative of the surrounding land use patterns, and is also now required by the new zoning ordinance. So some of the criteria that are applicable to this situation of 2 developed lots that want to annex into the city, the development does meet. First, that the parcels are contiguous to both city boundary and city streets. This development site meets both of that. A third-party fiscal impact analysis was prepared, as now is required by the new ordinance. This analysis did conclude that due to the diminutive nature of the annexation, that there would be no additional recurring costs to the city to provide any public services. It also concludes that there would actually be a small net fiscal benefit to the city in the future by the receipt of property tax. The project has been determined to be exempt from CEQA. The project sites do not meet the minimum lot area based on their slope. This is one of the new provisions of the zoning ordinance that requires parcels to meet the subdivision standards. So basically, the steeper a lot, the larger it has to be. Given these sites' topography, they would have otherwise been required to have a 2-acre minimum. They don't meet that. However, the new ordinance does allow for consideration of just developed properties that don't meet minimum lot area to be considered for annexation, so long as no future subdivision of either site is allowed. And the applicants are not requesting future subdivision of the site, and actually, as a condition of approval, as required by the new zoning ordinance, documentation would be recorded against each property prohibiting future subdivision. The property owners have been in discussion with City's Public Works and Building Department staffs preliminarily to discuss connectivity to the city sewer system and other public improvements that would be required as part of the annexation, and it has been determined to be feasible. So with that, it's recommended that the Planning Commission adopt 2 resolutions tonight recommending City Council approval of both a general plan map amendment and a zoning district boundary map amendment to allow for the pre-zoning and annexation of both 60 and 68 Loma Road. Here's a formal motion draft should you decide to approve the application tonight. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one. Why is this exempt from CEQA?
There is a categorical exemption within CEQA that allows for annexation requests of developed properties to be exempt from any further environmental review. And that exemption was determined to be appropriate in this case.
That's all I have.
Questions? Angela?
No more questions about the motion, whether we'd have to include.
Go ahead, ask the question.
I guess the question is more about the motion, whether we would need to include the requirement that the lot not be subdivided in the motion. 'Cause currently, as it's written, we don't. It doesn't say that.
The motion does include recommending adoption of the two resolutions. Within those resolutions, one of the exhibits includes the condition of approval to prohibit future subdivision.
Got it. Thank you.
Do we have two separate motions? It looks like essentially we're doing one motion to do two motions. Are they?
The recommendation was condensed into one
Condensed into
motion
one
to
motion.
adopt both resolutions.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. No further questions? Does somebody want to make a motion?
Public hearing. It is a public hearing.
Okay. Seeing as this is a public hearing, is there any public comment? Seeing no public hearing, no public comment, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
We close it and then reopen it again?
Don't we close the public hearing before?
Vote? Yeah,
And vote.
usually.
Yeah, you have to close it before you vote.
Usually.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, now, can I have a motion to, or is there any discussion?
Go ahead and do it. I move that the Planning Commission adopt two resolutions recommending City Council approval of the request for a general plan map amendment and zoning district boundary map amendment at 60 and 68 Loma Road, APNs 051-472-020, -040, to allow for pre-zoning and annexation of both sites based on the findings and for the reasons incorporated in the staff report.
I'll second.
Is this a roll call, or do we just do a regular vote? Regular vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Oh, okay. So, should have read this before the last one, but I'll read it now. The procedure for a public hearing: staff will present a report on the history, physical features, etc. on the application, followed with the staff's recommendations. The applicant will make a presentation. Thereafter, interested members of the community may speak on the proposal. When all interested parties have had an opportunity to be heard, the hearing will be closed, and no further discussion from the floor can be held. The commission will then consider the evidence and make its recommendation. If you challenge a public hearing item in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice, the public notice, or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Speakers should fill out a speaker's form found by the door and hand it to the recording secretary prior to addressing the commission. The speaker should come up to the microphone to speak since the meeting is being recorded. This will assist staff in preparing the minutes. We're going to do item A, consideration of a resolution of the Planning Commission on the San Carlos Transit Village Final Environmental Impact Report, continued from October 29th, 2012.
And B together with it.
And B, consideration of adoption of a motion of the Planning Commission to give the applicant further direction on the proposed San Carlos Transit Village project, continued from October 29, 2012.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the Planning Commission. As this is a continuation of the Transit Village project, staff will not have an overview of the history of the project or any other detailed staff reports this evening. But we are here to assist the Planning Commission, and we have a number of people that I'd like to introduce so that you know who is here to assist in answering questions. We have Michael Kay, PBS&J, and our consultant for the EIR. We have Deborah Nelson, our planning manager, Stephanie Bertolo Davis, our senior planner, Camus Steinmetz, our deputy city attorney, and We have Jesse Couch of Legacy Partners, as well as Jeff Bird, both with Legacy Partners, the developer. Sherry Scott, the project architect. Brian Fitzpatrick with Samtrans, and myself. So we're all here available to answer questions of the commission or the public as needed. And before you begin, we'd like to have Kama Steinmetz provide you with a brief explanation of a couple of issues. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Honorable Commissioners. So I've been asked to clarify the role of NEPA in the project. So as you know, NEPA, or the National Environmental Policy Act, is essentially the federal version of CEQA. And NEPA review is required prior to all major federal actions, which include the granting of federal funds, the approval of a federal permit. NEPA does not apply to local, state, or private actions unless a federal action is required for the project. So because the Transit Center will receive, or is expected to receive, federal funding, it will require some form of NEPA clearance, which could include a categorical exclusion. And the question has been raised as to whether federal funding of the Transit Center would trigger NEPA review of the entire project. And so this is often referred to as the small handle question, which is whether federal action on a small component of a larger project will trigger NEPA review of the entire project. So generally the test is whether the federal action in question gives the federal government sufficient control and responsibility over the other aspects of the project that the federal government otherwise would not have jurisdiction over. So here, the question is whether providing funding assistance for the Transit Center portion of the project gives the federal government sufficient control and responsibility over the rest of the components, the housing, office, retail components of the project, to render the entire project a major federal action requiring NEPA review in addition to CEQA review. So from our reading of the case law, it does not. Sylvester versus U.S. Army Corps of Engineers concerned a proposed resort complex, which included both housing and a golf course. The golf course required an Army Corps permit to take wetlands, and therefore the resort complex couldn't go forward without that permit. And the Ninth Circuit held that the wetlands permit for the golf course portion of the project did not vest sufficient federal control and responsibility over the entire resort complex project to trigger NEPA review over the rest of the project. So it was limited just to the take of the wetlands and the wetlands permit. Mack versus Skinner involved a 22.5-mile light rail system that was being planned and funded by the state of Maryland. And the project received the assistance of federal funding and required an Army Corps of Engineer permit to allow the rail to cross over a 3.5-acre portion of that 22.5-mile rail line. And even though the railway could not have proceeded without the permit or the funding, the court deemed that this federal involvement and control was insufficient to render the entire length of the project a unified federal action triggering NEPA review over the entire length of the rail system. Landmark West versus U.S. Postal Service, the last case I'll mention, involved a mixed-use commercial development that required relocation and construction of a federal post office, and it would receive $9.8 million of federal funding. And even though the project could not have gone forward without the post office relocation or those federal funds, the court held that this federal action was insufficient to federalize the private actions of the project and require NEPA review for the rest of the project. So NEPA was limited to just the relocation and construction of the post office only. So in line with these cases, and even though the transit center portion of the project may require federal funding, this action does not give the federal government sufficient control and responsibility over the entire project to require NEPA review over the housing, office, retail portions of the project. I was also asked to address the decision to separate the EIR certification from project approval. And under CEQA, certification of the final EIR is a separate step from project approval that must occur before project approval. And staff has recommended that FIR certification be considered separately from project approval to allow for a more focused discussion of the project's impacts before getting into the merits of the project. So they can happen in the same meeting, and they can also be separate and subsequent. But in either event, this EIR certification has to happen first before project approval. So to certify the final EIR, the California Environmental Quality Act requires that the City Council make 3 specific findings. 1, that the FEIR has been completed in compliance with CEQA, that the EIR was presented to the decision-making body of the lead agency, and that the decision-making body reviewed and considered the information contained in the EIR, and that it reflects the city's independent judgment. So a recommendation from the Planning Commission to certify the final EIR does not obligate the Planning Commission to recommend approval of the project. And if the FEIR is ultimately certified by City Council, Planning Commission will hold a separate public hearing to consider the merits of the project and whether to recommend that the City Council approve the entitlements. And at that time, they would adopt CEQA findings and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program to mitigate the impacts of the project. So with regard to your action tonight on the FEIR certification, you have 2 choices: to recommend that the City Council certify that final EIR is complete in compliance with CEQA, or to recommend that the City Council not certify the final EIR in compliance with CEQA. And in addition, you may also take action to give the applicant further direction on the project when it returns to you for approval. And that concludes my presentation.
Can I
Any
ask you a
questions?
question?
Sure.
Let's just assume solely for the purposes of argument that NEPA review applied to this project. Would that prevent us from recommending certification of the EIR anyway? I mean, wouldn't we be able
No,
to
you would also,
recommend
then you would also go through NEPA review. Sometimes NEPA and CEQA are combined, but most often they're not.
So basically, if NEPA review applied and the project was ultimately approved, that would be a problem, but ultimately it wouldn't mean that the certification of the EIR was invalid. Is
It
that?
would be a separate threshold required for approval. Correct. Mhm.
The question I have is one of putting the cart before the horse, and it's been raised that the requirement of moving the parking first and the construction of the transit center would actually be needed to be done prior to the project. And so it seems to me like the EIR for the transit village is being looked at prior to the transit village, the
model station.
multimodal station. Is there anything that requires us to do this in any particular order?
Well, CEQA, the EIR does look at all the components of the project, including the transit center, and only NEPA review is required for the transit center, or NEQA clearance is required for the transit center. So it's very akin to the case that I mentioned, Landmark West versus the Postal Service, where the existing site, the proposal was for a mixed-use commercial development, and there was an existing post office, and part of the plans required relocating that post office to another portion of the project. It also involved federal funding, and so those things had to happen before the development could go forward. But still, NEPA review was just limited to that portion of the project, the postal relocation and funding.
If we pass the EIR on to the city council, there will be no further EIR study of the multimodal center.
I don't believe so, if I'm understanding the project correctly, and that the transit center is the same as the multimodal center. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and the EIR has analyzed those impacts under
you.
CEQA.
I just wanted to get a clarification too. If NEPA review is required, who will be the lead agency on that?
Samtrans.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Questions? Okay.
How many speakers do we have?
6.
That's it?
Okay. Actually, 5 speakers. 5 speakers. So I have 5 speaker slips, maybe 6. We're going to start. The first thing I'm going to say is that we've had 3 meetings of speakers, so we're going to kind of limit the time tonight that the speakers will have. So I will start with Aldous. You already spoke. Great. Paul Maginetti.
Paul Maginetti, I'm a member of GESC and a resident of San Carlos. Dear members of the Planning Commission, for years we have been treated not as stakeholders deserving to have our concerns addressed, but as a problem to be handled. I requested documents under the California Public Records Act because we were getting no information, only silence and propaganda. What I discovered was a city staff that didn't just advocate for the project, but in some cases has acted to undermine our efforts at a true dialogue. This conduct at times was so beyond the pale that I felt compelled to make a formal complaint. You have a copy of that now. This conduct shows that claims of impartiality are false and that the EIR conclusions are not objective, but are tainted by special interests and hidden agendas. Please keep this in mind while you consider the EIR conclusions. In addition, I have requested that all records be retained beyond the 2-year limit to the end of this project. This will prevent these records from being destroyed in an effort to hide past conduct. I've asked that an independent review of the staff complaint take place. I realize that these requests are beyond your power as a planning commission, but I feel compelled to state them for the record. Now, that's out of the way. To summarize my past comments on the FEIR, these are some of the things that I have learned by studying these emails. This is not things that I've found on myself. This is my interpretation of the emails that I looked at. The DEIR, as filed, includes the transit station. The multimodal station must not be improperly segmented. It is an integral part of the transit village. Without the transit village, there is no need for a new multimodal station. There is no separate utility. If segmented out, the DEIR must be recirculated. It's now a significant change to the project. It must be recirculated to the public for comment. TLC funds, these are federal CMAQ dollars, must not be used to rebuild the parking lot. This is beyond the definition of a DCE clearance and is a forbidden use of federal CMAQ funds. If federal funds are used for this project, NEPA standards must be applied to the entire project, again, a requirement for federal funds. The EIR process must not be shortchanged in the name of expediting this project. And again, this is my interpretation of the emails that I've received that are written by city staff and by Samtrans. Any soil disturbed must be tested for contamination first for hazardous materials that a reasonable person can expect to find based on past use. These includes, in order of increasing level of hazard, hydrocarbons that have leaked from underground storage tanks and car maintenance, halogenated hydrocarbons used for cleaning, lubrication, and transformers, heavy metals and lead from paint and pesticides use along the former rail spur, and arsenic, a potential toxin, a potent toxin and carcinogen sprayed along the former rail spur. The above is a requirement under local, state, and federal EPA regulations. This is not optional. I will be reviewing the closure report to verify that this present danger to the community is removed in compliance with the law. Please do not let these shortcomings stand. They will make an EIR an inadequate and insufficient attempt to identify, mitigate, real effects on future residents and the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ben Fuller.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. Thank you for hearing our concerns. This project is the largest project in the history of San Carlos. I want to say that again. This is the largest project in the history of San Carlos. We've talked about whether people would want to live there. I'm sure you guys have asked that yourself. And so I just want to put it in perspective. This is going to be a huge decision. Now I want to put in perspective the progress we've made over the last 5 years. Trees. We're going to have trees that are going to separate us from this project. That's it. We've actually lost in terms of lowering the height, and no discredit to you guys, but it's 6 feet taller than when we started our incredible opposition 5 years ago. It's grown 6 feet. Same amount of units. No, you never dealt with parking, except we heard about potential dealing with parking, which is we're going to put a burden on you to add permit parking to your neighborhood. That was the only suggestion I've heard so far. We haven't dealt with shade. We've had a significant threshold of up to 3 dB of noise added to our neighborhood, and we haven't dealt with that. We haven't dealt with a sound wall. We haven't dealt with acoustical tile. We have dealt with shoving a whole bunch of new people into our park by just putting another 1,000 people in there. So I will admit we did that. And now we're learning from the city's own lawyers who are extremely concerned about piecemealing, and thank you for delivering that report to us, that this multimodal transit center is being piecemealed from the project. So the idea is, yeah, let's take the cash, the federal cash, but then since it's kind of convenient for us, let's just break it off and call it a separate project, even though the two are inextricable. Let's just call them separate, because that's convenient for us. And by the way, that's not the only segmentation we want to do. We also want to segment the EIR from the entitlements. Why? Because we'll have a lot more leverage if we get you guys to pass the EIR, and then later we can talk about the entitlements. Now, we made an agreement with the folks with whom we're negotiating to not talk about progress of the negotiations. We did make an agreement, and so I'm not going to talk about it because there's nothing to talk about. So, in other words, there's nothing substantial to report. That's not a report, by the way. There's just nothing. So, I want to say a couple more things. So, there's a lot of talk about this project not having anything to do with GBI. So, I want to ask if everyone knows what that is. That's the Grand Boulevard Initiative. And according to Brian Fitzpatrick's email, I will quote, all according to GBI standards. So the big picture here is that this is public land, and I want to take a little bit of umbrage with what I heard about those 3 cases you just mentioned, Ms. Steinmetz. This is taking public land that it was used for railroad right-of-way. You were talking about a bunch of private land situations. This is public land that theoretically belongs to us. We're the public. And the idea is to make San Carlos the model for 10 stack and packers. These are stack and pack apartments up and down the peninsula. This is the first one. You guys pass this because they know this is the most rubber stamp city, and then they're going to put 10 up and down El Camino. And so Samtrans no longer runs your train. They're now a real estate agency. They make $1 million a year, free cash in their pocket, and that's the model. The other model of GBI is all about community involvement. And they reach out to the community, and just like they have with us for the last 5 or 6 years of stepping out of meetings and not wanting to meet until they're forced to, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to do the same thing with all those other communities in Hayward Park and Mountain View and all these other places where these stack and packs are planned. 60-foot buildings along the train that blast noise, block your shade, all that stuff. So I just want to bring up that last point. And the final thing is city staff. So city staff has rigged this, okay? They rigged it by separating the EIR from the entitlements. They rigged this by having, individuals forwarding our specific emails onto the teams and not having it come back. And basically, they rigged this by making recommendations to approve an EIR like this without giving us anything. So the grand conclusion is that we as a neighborhood are getting tremendous impacts devoid of extrinsic mitigation that all result in the final analysis as Jack. Thank you.
Thank you. Dimitri Vandelos.
Hi, good evening. First, I just wanted to thank the Planning Commission. I think you guys have been doing a really good job taking a look at the issues, receiving community impact, and I want to commend you guys for that. I really do appreciate that. So I've got a statement, written statement. Get to the beginning here, and it won't be too long, I promise.
Thank you.
Please don't read all 107 pages, please.
It's actually 108.
Oh, it's 108.
I was going to do it in mime.
Perfect.
The San Carlos Transit Village is a great example of why public transportation agencies should not get involved in the real estate and community planning business. There's been little to no dialogue or cooperation between Samtrans, legacy partners, city staff, and the greater East San Carlos neighborhood, the community most impacted and affected by the Transit Village development. The only meetings that have taken place have been largely due to the greater East San Carlos Neighborhood Association pushing hard to get the relevant parties to the table to have discussion and dialogue on the issues. Our path has been difficult, and the progress has been slim. The GESC board, excuse me, lost my place. The GESC and its board have been remarkably consistent on the issues from the start. We have been met by a stonewalling San Mateo County Transit District agency that has adopted a siloed approach to the issues, deflecting connections and interdependencies between this project, Caltrain electrification, high-speed rail, the multimodal station, and the Grand Boulevard Initiative, all in order to make it appear as if these eminently foreseeable projects and initiatives have no relationship to one another. This strategy has resulted in the lack of any constructive dialogue with the community over the past 5 years. Needless to say, the strategy goes against the mission statement of the Grand Boulevard Initiative, which the Samtrans CEO co-chairs. The GBI goals state, preserve and accentuate unique and desirable community character and the existing quality of life in adjacent neighborhoods. We've also been met with an intransigent city staff that have acted as advocates for the project since its inception. The city received significant feedback on the draft EIR report from community members, and as the lead agency for the EIR has abrogated its responsibility to act impartially on the impacts associated with the largest housing and retail development that the city has ever seen. We've had numerous discussions and provided examples to city staff, planning commissions, previous planning commissions, and city council members over the past 5 years, showing the lack of consistency with this project and the city's general plan guidelines. The omission of the city's general plan guidelines in framing community impacts has created a final EIR that is inadequate, insufficient, and must be addressed in a future revision to the final EIR. The draft EIR ignored the feedback we provided before its release by not including any of the issues we articulated in those early stages, and the exact same thing occurred in the final EIR regarding our written and oral draft feedback. It's been deeply disturbing to witness a city staff that has been more concerned with accommodating Samtrans in Legacy's proposal rather than taking responsibility to correct the numerous errors and omissions in the EIR and working with the project sponsors to create alternatives. The report's conclusion that there are no significant environmental impacts flies in the face of the size and complexity of the project. The lack of completely feasible and doable alternatives that would help mitigate the impacts to our community has been brought up to staff many times, and the request has fallen on deaf ears. This project is a public-private partnership in which Legacy, the private developer, and the Samtrans District will receive the lion's share of benefits, while the City of San Carlos and its residents will owe the lion's share of the costs and impacts. With that said, the GESC Neighborhood Association has been consistent in its positions from the project's onset. We feel the Transit Village project needs to be scaled down in a fashion that works for the city as a whole by reducing the impacts on services and schools, in addition to reducing the environmental impacts to the GESC community. We also feel that this project is most aptly described as a transit-adjacent development and not a transit-oriented development as its sponsors have claimed. The GESC board understands that some type of development will be located on the vacant lands on the west side of El Camino, north and south of Holly. However, we are resolute that the proposed development not be done in a way that adversely impacts our existing community and destroys the character of San Carlos. Thank you.
Please. Tim Hilborn.
Tim Hilborn, 1052 Sylvan Drive. Before I get started, and my comments are fairly short here, one of the questions I had that at some time, if it could be answered, was with NEPA and the federal funding. I know that we've been talking about some of the incentives to get people out of their cars and riding public transit, and giving them reduced amounts for fares, and I'm just curious as to where that money is going to come from. If we can have the city or whoever check into that, if there is a nexus between any kind of federal funding and ride incentives for people living in the TOD, that really needs to be looked at. I just want to really talk tonight about the visual quality. I basically just went back through the final EIR, master response number 2. I want to read for you the CEQA significance thresholds. The reason why is the last couple meetings, there have been really quite a few questions and concerns that I heard from City Council or from Planning Commission members about what is CEQA. How does it apply as far as your determination for this final environmental impact report, and how that relates to the guidelines as far as the land use policies, those kinds of things. So as it's quoted, this section thus describes the consistency of the proposed project with policies of the general plan, San Carlos Municipal Code Title 18 zoning, Resolution 2003 through 79, and the city's downtown urban design guidelines adopted for the purpose of avoiding or mitigating significant environmental impacts. As explained above, the consistency analysis provided by this section is only for purposes of environmental review. The decision-making body, you all, of the jurisdiction will ultimately determine the proposed project consistency with the entire general plan and other city planning goals. And I think we really need to understand that as a community, and for you guys as a planning commission, this isn't just about CEQA. This is about the community that came together to come up with land use, with the general plan, all of those things. So I'm asking you to really take that into account. I just want to read one of the policies, Land Use 8-11. This is to discourage abrupt changes in building scale. A gradual transition between low-rise to mid-rise buildings should be achieved using a low-rise building at the edge of the project site. What is low-rise? Consider the relationship of buildings to the street, to one another, and to adjacent structures and land uses, especially single-family residential. The environmental impact report stated that is less than a significant conflict. Their quote is, "The revised massing alternative reduces the massing on the eastern facade of the buildings facing Old County Road from 4 stories under the proposed project to 2 to 3 stories to provide a gradual transition between the lower density uses and, to the east side and the revised massing alternative." When you look at figure 3-7B in the final EIR, and the massing of the proposed project reduced intensity alternative and revised massing alternative viewed from the east with appropriate heights, I only found one building that was 20 feet. All the rest of them were 30 to 40 feet along the street. I'm just going to finish up here with what I call the absurdity zone food for thought. Transit-oriented development equals more public transit, less cars, less traffic, less CO2 and pollution. That's a Grand Boulevard initiative. That's transit-oriented development. Why then is this transit-oriented development built so close to the railroad tracks that according to the EIR sound expert, the whole development will have to keep all windows and doors closed because of massive sound from the train that will ring out throughout the whole development, in turn creating a transit-oriented development that will be running HVAC units 24/7? Does not make sense. Please, lower the height, lower the density, move the residential component south. Don't approve this final EIR right now. There's a lot of work to do on it. Very last thing, you all received this increase in garbage collection rates. It's just the beginning. They didn't plan this very well. They're talking about raising our rates over 30%. It wasn't well thought out.
Thank you. Susie McKee?
Hello, thank you. Susie McKee, 307 Old County Road. So I do live on the level with the train now, and I can't imagine what it's going to be like if it's louder. I mean, I can, but I try not to. And the other thing is, I'm sure I'm late to the party on this, but sort of dovetailing on what was just said, why it can't be moved south in front of the industrial area is totally beyond me. That would solve a lot of the problems further south near the Home Depot. Why it has to be up here where the rest of the residences are do not make any sense. You could leave the parking lot where it is and not have that other parking problem where people are going to have to walk so far from the parking lot that they're going to park in the residential area. Oh yes, and then the other part is that we still don't know exactly what's happening with the high-speed rail. So to me, this is total insanity from just a, kind of street-level view without having all the details. It doesn't make sense to me to do that without having that be settled also. So I, too, advise you to please do not, I don't know the right words to use, but please don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you. John Jones?
May it please the Commission, my name is John Jones. I live in San Francisco. I hope that you won't regard my comments as officious and officious. I get these emails about Stack and Pack and Agenda 21, and I think this meeting is extremely important, hence my appearance here today. I just wanted to offer a few comments, if I may, about the packet, the extensively and well-researched packet that was given to me at the when I came today. I'd like to point out to you that in Exhibit B, page S17, echoing, if you don't mind the pun, the comments made about potential train noise. The high-speed rail will go over the Tehachapi Mountains. It will not be electrified. I can guarantee you that you have no idea how noisy that will be unless and until you've listened to Union Pacific's multiple diesel trains go through a place like Coal
Colfax or Truckee. I mean, you cannot hear yourself speak. You have to stop talking when those trains go through. It's just not credible to me that you could Colorable make the claim that there's no cumulative noise problem. I'm sorry, but there is. I'd like to point out to the Commission, with regard to the RSG letter of November 16th, 07, page 4, it makes the claim that the Ocean View is a transit-oriented mall. I go through the Ocean View, I walk through the Ocean View a lot, and I can tell you that the Ocean View Mall is not transit-oriented. There's only one narrow street between the Ocean View Mall and the Daly City BART station, and that is not used very much at all. The Ocean View Mall is entirely separate from BART and should not have been considered by RSG in its calculations. Finally, if I may, conceptually, the pages, the report makes the claim on page S1 of Exhibit B that under item LU-1, that the community is not divided by this project. Physically, that may be true, but I would encourage you to consider the word divided in a larger sense. Certainly the testimony that you've heard today indicates a division. In my mind, and I suggest to you that you consider this if you would, that you cannot so alter so central area of this community without dividing the community and in the process beggaring the extant commercial community. It's too big, too fast, and I think the people who've already spoken have made that point excellently. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Fang-Wei Li? Just a reminder, we're trying to keep things short.
Yeah, I would have. Hi, Commissioners. So, a quick comment about, I know we already been through this old lump sum, all other concerns part, but I want to add another thing to lighting. I try to make this quick. So when we talk about shade and how they cover the houses, we forget about one thing, and I forget about that thing too. I run physical simulation in feature film company DreamWorks, so that's why some of this comments is coming. I run simulators in the company and I get numbers, so that's most of the basis of my comments. So when we talk about lighting, we're not only talking about direct lighting, we're also talking about the indirect lighting, like hit the ground and bounce. So not only the structure is going to block some houses already, but also because we create this big shade, there's no light bounce. So I run some numbers. The indirect lighting contribute 30% can up to 30% to the illuminant of an environment, which that is why it's so much, and that's why we get sunburn in snow, because most of the sun is coming from the ground. So that's also missing in the EIR report, because creating a whole shade in Old County Road is also going to reduce the overall illumination of the neighborhood by 30%. And I think that also brings us to a point that we shouldn't just look at the direct impact, we should also look at the indirect impact of this project. So my wife been talking to me and try to understand this project. She wrote this letter rather emotional. So I hope by standing here and filter it, I can get her idea through better. So dear commissioners, I ask you to say no on this, not because I don't like the idea to improve this area, but because this proposal is simply just not good enough. This project is short-sighted, irresponsible, not compatible with anything else. It will increase the noise level to both sides of St. Carlos, block views for both sides of St. Carlos, downgrade our school district, increase crimes, decrease house value in both east side and downtown area, and destroy the look of the beauty of a historical suburban living area. As many people mentioned in this hearing, the FEIR is incomplete, incorrect, misleading, irresponsible to the community. For people who really think this is a good idea, I suggest them to travel more to see the world. We don't even have to compare ourselves with Shanghai, Tokyo, or Dubai. Just look at Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and Cupertino. Those cities will never allow this kind of project in their city, not in this configuration. From where I come from, many so-called transit villages are built and become slum area. In this project, judging by its lack of considering comfortable human living factors to both the resident and the neighborhood, it's going to become one of the slum districts. Unless I get the whole idea wrong, we want to create a quality living, not a ghetto. Yes, with improvement is not an option, acceptable option, because once we pass this, we lose our veto power. This means they can do whatever they want and just might ask our opinion. This also sends a message that we don't care what they do to our neighborhood. Next time they are going to build a radio tower, power transformers, or gas tank up in the hill in your neighborhood. Every time my newborn baby cries when the train passes by, I have to tell him that Mommy is so sorry that this is only going to get worse. Our home will become a darker, noisier place. There will be strangers wandering around our neighborhood. But Daddy is going to try everything he can to prevent this to happen. And that is why I'm standing here to ask you to listen to us. People spend our own time, our own money doing researches to tell you how wrong this report is. After all, we are neighbors. We are not enemies. We see each other on the street, like I run into one of you, I believe it's David, in the post office. And I'm sure I drove by Scott's home if I make the wrong turn several times. So please say no to this project while we can. Not only the FEIR failed to represent what's really going to happen, and it's wrong, what's going to impact our community, but also how this project is going to hurt our society in the long run. So please don't sacrifice our life. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello there. I live in the general area downtown, and so I've been watching this project off and on since the signs originally went up on El Camino and Holly, the intersection. I remember coming home one night, I'm like, what are these signs with this transit project, and wondering. And then at some point I went to the city planning office here and asked about information and got on the mailing list and stuff. And I was planning to move out of the area and it didn't happen and stuff. So my life's been a little turmoil. But so I saw this was up on the agenda again, and I don't know directly about the EIR. I haven't personally reviewed it. I just wonder about the direction for the city in two components. One is just we have high-speed rail in theory coming. Yeah, it's not here. You also have Caltrans electrification and the general population growth in the Bay Area, which very likely could mean at some point, might be 20, 30 years from now, they might have to widen the tracks to deal with it. I've traveled around the world in many other places. At some point, like in Naperville, Illinois, They need 3 tracks. They can do it with 3, they don't have 4, but they're running like 100-something trains a day on those 3 tracks. So, I mean, at some point, they may need to widen Caltrans. And so I'm a little confused how we're going to put a major development so close to the tracks. I'm not against high-density development. On the other side of El Camino, go for it. But just like in this little narrow strip next to the tracks, it's like, would I want to live there? And I've traveled the world. I've been to Japan where it is right there. But they have 20-story, 30-story, 40-story buildings there. And they have older homes if you get way out of Tokyo and stuff. But they're farms right next to the track, and then they're a little ways away, maybe 100, 200 feet away, there starts to fit homes. And they've tunneled and they've done things. And yeah, there's people who live right next to the tracks too. But I'm struggling with, we're going to pre-plan to put people living right next to the tracks when we know there's a major change coming in that area and stuff. If all of this other Caltrans and high-speed rail was done, then fine. But it's not done. We know it's coming. So why are we pre-approving a project? And on top of it, the biggest thing, the government owns this land. This isn't private land that someone wants to develop. This is government land. It is going to cost a ton of money to buy the land on the right-of-way to do any kind of Caltrans stuff where they don't own the land. Why are we like locking down the land use in this narrow corridor at this point? You know, after everything's said and done, cool. The other thing, as I was thinking today, you know, a lot of cities around the world where I have been have, you know, train tracks right down the middle of the city, different things, high, you know, buildings nearby. They've turned it into a park that around the tracks. Why not between Old County Road and the front face of El Camino with the buildings? Like, you can make that a corridor where it's like, consider the whole corridor in San Carlos could be, do something different along the peninsula and stuff. And there are places cities have done city park. I've jogged on city parks and they'll around, and you know, Caltrans and high-speed rail is going to have to do a lot of construction in this area. And part of the process for getting through San Carlos could be, hey, we want to modify some of that right-of-way in this area to make it more livable. I mean, the motto of San Carlos is a city of good living. What if we had a park in the center area that drew both the east and the west more together, and there were a few more underpasses so people could go back and forth? And even if Caltrans widened to 3 tracks or 4 or something, you know, 20, 30, 40 years from now, it's still an area that invites people. The other thing is I got the Park and Rec guide, and I've been getting that guide for a long time. I mean, as long as I've been living here. And I look in the back, got a nice table with ballpark, like the whole chart of like what's everything in all the parks. And what's missing in San Carlos, there isn't one park that has a nice long bike path or trail, or you can go rollerblading or something. There's not one park that there's this nice long. Burton Park, you can go around the edge, but there isn't a park that's like a mile, 2, 3 miles long that you could do. And San Carlos could be the beginning of, we're going to make a trail along the track, you know, with trees and a lot of different things over time. It mitigates some of the issues with traffic, and I can't deny there would be some. But it's like a different vision for this area. And it's not directly with the EIR. I can't comment whether it's a good document, bad document. It's more about, I just wonder how we can approve it for, say, with the bigger picture of the high-speed rail stuff coming. And then it's whatever for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Good evening. My name is Nancy Zebergs. I live at 979 Springfield Drive. So many thoughts have gone through my mind. Many of the speakers tonight have made extremely good issues as far as the environmental report and all of those intrinsic issues regarding the development. One point was made about the living of the people that are going to live in the apartments that are going in there, or condos, or however it's set up. And before that was made, my thought was going in, who's going to live right next to the tracks? Who's going to choose to live on top of the railroad tracks? where every night they will have trains going through. They're going to have the noise of the trains. I've lived right next to railroad tracks. I don't know if any of you have. It's very disruptive for your sleep. You don't want your windows open, even when it's a really nice night. And so the point was made, the windows will be closed. And so the issue came up about the pollution that's going to be going out to keep the environment closed, to keep the sound out. That will add, as that's been pointed out, so I won't go there. Another point was made about dividing us lowlanders from the rest of the city. When we moved into our house in the 1970s, our area was not a very pretty area because it was predominantly rentals. And the people that owned a lot of the houses really didn't care. And so they were very run down. And one of our neighbors went to sell their house. And they put the market on the house on their own, for sale by owner. And she was getting some phone calls. And when she told the person on the other end of the line where the house was, the response was, "Oh, you live on that side of the tracks." We have worked as homeowners on our side of the tracks to make our housing area and our living area anything but what it was at that time. There aren't that many rentals. And even if they are, they're much more well kept. We have a beautiful part of the city, and we're proud of the area in which we live. We have children that can play on our streets, and they do. We have new babies. And as was pointed out, the sound goes through. The sound that will reverberate and has no place to go. We do hear the trains go through, but it's not being forced into our side. The height of the buildings does make a huge difference. Listen, please, please listen to all that has been put forth on you. You've got some other high-rise buildings that have gone up in other parts of the city. They are within walking distance to Caltrains. They've got a way of taking advantage of the transit systems without living right next door to them. And what's the guarantee that they will be there and will take advantage of using Caltrans? You've just approved, or you're in the process of approving, another high-rise section, excuse me, that's going in because it's an area that wasn't being used, that will fit in better with that part of town. Please don't use that part of our city to more completely divide it. It was when they built the berm, I was the maddest person you could imagine when they were building that berm, because it did divide us more from the city. We felt that we were being segregated, if you will have it that way, from the city. But it had to be done. We still built our part of the city up, and we're proud of it. But this is not the way for the city of San Carlos to grow. We should be proud of all of San Carlos. And the part of the park, that's a beautiful idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last speaker request that I have is for Herman.
Good evening, lady, and good evening, gentlemen. My name is Renan Rivera. I live at 1036 Sylvan Drive. Just for the record, I probably will be expecting a city engineer come over, spray paint my sidewalk. Hope it's not retaliation. Anyways, I have a business degree, and I've been working in private industry for 20 years. And I've also, I am currently serving for a public entity in Santa Clara Valley Water District. I've also worked for Governor's Office of Emergency Service for 2 years. Doing the mitigation and doing all of the disaster recovery after the earthquake in San Francisco, and also for Northridge in LA. I think I am a very reasonable person. I would like to think that. And I'm still not an expert. I haven't had the time to read all of the EIR reports that we have on hand. I do have questions, however, still remaining. And I don't know if they're going to be completely addressed or have been addressed, but I just cannot understand why CEQA and NEPA are still going to be placed on the sideways. And I have not heard anything from the Fish and Game, and we have not heard anything about the super fund. I did hear that there was a super fund earlier, and I cannot understand how Fish and Game and the San Mateo County Watershed Commission or something similar that is responsible for all the water runoff in the county the project is not going to have an impact on the bay that's probably about 1.5 miles from here. So that impact will have a definite impact on the wildlife and the watersheds that we have that we currently enjoy. That's my question. I don't know if the EIR has been addressing that, as is comprehensive enough. Tonight I've seen that it's been split or conveniently placed aside in some topics. But again, it's something that probably needs to be reviewed again. Perhaps I didn't do my homework well enough. I come from Bolivia, South America, where politics has been the reason why I left the country. I am now a citizen of the U.S. That means that I can vote locally, statewide, and national elections. That gives me the right to speak in front of you and also appeal to you, to your conscience, and hopefully we'll make a decision that is going to consider all of the comments and topics that were discussed not only tonight but other times. I come from a privileged family in Bolivia where I have friends who are engineers and architects, who are also city mayors and even president. I have seen how finances and funding are the sources for making strange bedfellows. I have seen snake oil salesmen, and I have seen horse trading. In my view, it's not only jack, but it's corruption. I hope I can appeal to you to look at all of these things seriously. We have a beautiful community. Let's do some more reviews. Sister agencies from Burlingame all the way down to Cupertino, Sunnyvale, see what they are thinking about all of these projects. Perhaps they're not on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David?
Hi, I'm David Fish. I open up my kitchen window. I see her on, so you have an idea where I live. There's nothing new I can add that you haven't heard many times over. You've been patient and listened to repetition, new facts, emotional pleas. I mean, we've been through the gamut, and all I want to say is please don't approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? Seeing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 First thing I want to say is thank you to all of you who have come out and give us your opinion and your comments and your concerns about the project. We have heard everything you said. As I look around me, I look at the piles of documents and the pages of comments that we have written ourselves. So don't for 1 minute think that we have not heard everything that you've said. We have heard all that you've said, and now it's our turn to start a discussion on where we go from here. So, that being said,
Why don't we start with you?
why don't you start with me? Oh, you really want to start with me?
I think that's probably a good idea.
Okay. Well, I was actually hoping somebody else would go first. I'm conflicted. I have two sets of documents. I have a set of documents that I feel proves that the EIR is not complete. I believe that it does not take into consideration a tremendous number of elements of the general plan. I have another set of documents that says essentially if the right improvement measures are put in place, then I can look at the general plan document and go, granted, it's not in the environmental impact report, but if these improvement measures are put in place, it will essentially do the same thing as declaring the impacts as significant. So that's sort of where I am right now. I sort of have two directions that I can go. And I guess the way I'd like to start is I'd like to start with looking at sort of some of the issues, and as commissioners, sort of drilling down on what the concerns are and how we might go about actually addressing some of the concerns, because I think there are a tremendous number of concerns, and I think the EIR doesn't take a lot of them into consideration. I was actually very disappointed in the fact that I believe that most of the comments that came out of the community were ignored, including my own. And I think that I would like to see us begin to address those tonight. So, I don't know how everybody else feels, but we can start with one particular issue, or we can talk about all of the land use elements and policies in the general plan that I feel haven't really been addressed by the document.
I think, and I'm certainly only speaking for myself, I know I tried very hard to parse out the problems with the EIR, the challenges I had with the EIR versus the merits of the project. I really tried very hard to do that because I think that's our job and I think that's important. I think one of the main issues I did have with the EIR was the compliance as I saw it with the general plan, and I think that's where I would like to start, if that's okay with everybody else.
That's great. That's perfect.
Absolutely. Great.
So.
Is there a particular issue that we would like to start with? That was actually number one on my topics of concern, was the general plan consistency. and where I saw issues that I felt did not meet the general plan. And the first thing I'd like to add here, it's been talked about several times, but I just want to read one of the things from the environmental analysis is the proposed project would not conflict with the general plan policies that have been adopted by the city to mitigate significant environmental effects, provided that mitigation measures recommended in the EIR are adopted. I think there are a whole bunch of things that are missing. Let's start with noise. From my point of view, I looked at noise from a bunch of different sides, okay? When I brought up noise before, I was told that the noise came from the trains, therefore it was not transportation-related noise. What I did is I actually, because the noise comes from the train, it bounces off the building. The building is not creating the noise. The train is creating the noise. I had a concern with that, and we could spend all night arguing whether it's the train that makes the noise or the building that makes the noise. But I actually looked at it from both points of view, and I said, okay, if it's the train making the noise, what does the Federal Transportation Authority state as acceptable noise? And so I printed out the Transit Noise and Vibration Impact Assessment. And according to Table 3.1, when you hit, let's see, actually let's use Table 3.3. When you hit 75 LDN, there's no allowable increase in noise. Zero. Okay? So if it's from the train, you're not allowed any increase in noise. When you look at the general plan, sorry, we have so many documents, we're going to be like moving these around a lot. And you look at the noise element. Okay.
233.
Yeah. When you look at Table 9.1, which is actually cited in the original EIR as the source for where we're dealing with noise, and this is non-transportation noise. And I know I was told last time that it was, or before, that it was the train that was making the noise. Well, if the train's making the noise, you can't have any increase in noise above 75 dBA. If you look at Table 9.1 and you look at Note 3, again, I mentioned this before, we've already reached a point where there's no acceptable increase in noise. Okay? None of this is pointed out in the draft EIR. Okay? It uses the principle of looking at policy, it's action NOI 1.4. And again, I'll read this. Require the evaluation of mitigation measures for projects that would cause the following criteria to be exceeded or would cause a significant adverse community response. I pointed out that there's a significant adverse response. I don't need to read the rest of it because that's enough to have it to be considered a significant impact under CEQA because you're not following our general plan. But I'll read the rest of it. Cause the LDN at noise-sensitive uses to increase by 3 dB or more and exceed the normally acceptable level. That's one piece that's been used in the EIR, okay? The other two pieces are cause the LDN at noise-sensitive uses to increase 5 dB or more and remain normally accepted, or cause noise levels to exceed the limits in Table 9.1. When we go back to 9.1, it essentially says that you cannot have any increase in noise. So either way I look at this, there is no acceptable increase in noise. If there's any increase in noise, it's a violation of our general plan. Okay? So right there is just enough simply to say that the EIR needs to go back and study the noise. Okay? So that's the first of all of the different things that I've got. When I look at this, I look at there's so many places where I see that the general plan is not looked at and is not followed.
My concern is that
Exactly how I saw it.
I just don't understand that that's the way that CEQA works. My understanding is that with respect to noise, the conclusion of the final EIR is that it's less than significant with mitigation. So, and then mitigation is proposed. So I would think it's not an issue of, because the EIR is about looking at issues. It's about exploring them. And so it sounds like what you're doing is you're disagreeing that it's less than significant, and you think that the EIR conclusion should be that it's a significant impact rather than a less than significant impact with mitigation. And I don't know I don't know what the result of that is, but you can still certify the EIR even if it's a significant impact. So like, I'm not sure that I agree with you that it's a significant impact, but let's assume for the purposes of argument that three of us believe that the noise was a significant impact. What would the result of that be? I was actually addressing that to council.
So tonight, we're deciding whether to certify the EIR or not. And once it reaches, if it reaches the project approval stage, at that point, you would adopt CEQA findings, where you're required to go through and make findings on each of the significant environmental impacts found in the EIR, and decide whether or not they've been adequately mitigated at that point. And there are cases where you're not bound by the conclusions in the EIR. So at that point, you could recommend a different conclusion than what the EIR concluded, provided it's based on substantial evidence in the record. But for purposes of tonight, it's really a yes or no question.
Well, I guess let's assume that three of us agree with Scott that the EIR got it wrong, and that it's a significant impact as far as noise is concerned. Then what should we do? Should we certify does that mean we shouldn't certify the EIR? Or can we still certify the EIR?
Still certify it if you believe that the EIR studied it properly and was adequate and complete, but they came to the wrong conclusion based on the evidence presented in the EIR.
Okay,
and at the time that you adopt the CEQA findings with the project approval, that's when you can come to a different conclusion in the EIR in your resolution, which is typically 100 to 200 pages, where you go through each significant impact and make your finding on whether or not the impact is significant, whether it's been adequately mitigated. So that comes in the second stage of the process with project approval, because the CEQA findings are adopted in conjunction with project approval.
That's why,
along with the mitigation monitoring plan.
I get kind of confused because I look at the final EIR and there may be things that instinctually seem wrong to me, theoretically.
Yeah.
But it's not, they've talked about them. They've gone through the entire general plan. They've discussed all of these things in the EIR document. And so my understanding was if they've studied it and they've looked at it.
And they determined that it's less than significant, not that it's significant.
Yes.
Okay, so they did find some significant impacts for noise, but the only noise that they found significant was potentially construction noise. Okay?
No, I don't think, that's not how I read the document. We could go through it or maybe someone could help, but I was pretty sure that they concluded that the train noise was less than significant with mitigation.
No.
Is that wrong?
That's wrong.
Okay.
It's less than significant. They essentially said, and the reason that you want to declare it significant is because if you don't declare it significant, you cannot require the mitigations. Okay? Everything from that point on becomes
Yeah, we've already addressed
voluntary.
We have a whole page on
Okay?
stuff.
It's an encouragement. Okay? If you do not declare it a significant impact, then you cannot require mitigations to solve it.
As part of the EIR
As
process.
part of the EIR process.
Mr. Chairman, if I could clarify, but you can include improvement measures. So the improvement measures that the Planning Commission has been discussing and suggesting throughout the process, the city staff has been keeping a list of those improvement measures, and those are included as part of your staff report, and they would be applied to the project then. If you didn't feel like the mitigation was sufficient, then those improvement measures would take the place of the mitigation when you consider the project on its merits.
Can we require those improvement measures?
You can when you get to the project
As a condition of.
As a
As a
condition
condition
of
of
approval.
approval.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I was trying to figure out when I was talking about, do I go down the pathway of dealing with, you know, sort of all of these things that I feel are not, are significant impacts that are not mentioned as significant impacts in the EIR. If we can address those as improvement measures, and that's the second set of documents that I've got here, where I think that we have a lot of work to do on those improvement measures from my perspective. A lot of the improvement measures have been extremely watered down from the discussion that, and the comments that I've made to the consultants that have been here. So as long as the other commissioners are willing to work and towards those improvement measures, I don't mind starting with improvement measures.
Well, I think I would ask that all improvement measures be addressed and followed through with. I mean, every one of them.
Yeah, one of the ideas that I had was actually,
So
because
if I could just clarify, I'm sorry to interrupt, but so the improvement measures, those are derived, your ability to impose the improvement measures are derived from your police power ability as opposed to CEQA. So mitigation measures under CEQA can only be required to reduce an identified significant impact under CEQA. So the first action tonight is deciding whether or not to certify the EIR or not. And then we also thought that it would be beneficial, since we're going through this discussion, to give direction to the applicant on these improvement measures or not, but we wouldn't necessarily be adopting those improvement measures tonight, but giving the applicant direction to come back when they do come back to you for their project entitlements.
Because that would have to come in the entitlement phase?
Right.
Okay.
But what if we added actually, and here's one of the things
The table
that
doesn't have the improvement measures in them. Those are separate.
So under the motion, and it essentially says, all potentially significant environmental impacts of the project were addressed in the FEIR, and all the mitigation measures identified in the FEIR apply to the project and reduce the impacts to less than significant. So how can we make that finding if we don't honestly believe that the impacts, the significant impacts, have actually been addressed in the FEIR? And
Well, then I think you would vote no on it.
is there a way, is there a way to add an additional line on there that says, provided the attached improvement measures are included, provided the attached improvement measures included are implemented? Okay? So can we essentially say, yeah, we think that if you actually implement the improvement measures, that you can address the deficiencies of the EIR?
Yes, absolutely, but at the time to do that would be in phase 2 when you're adopting your CEQA findings. So that would be part of your CEQA findings as opposed to the resolution tonight.
Right,
But
what he's saying is.
I can't honestly answer this and say that the potentially significant environmental impacts of the project were addressed in the FEIR. I mean, we just talked about noise as one. There's multiple other locations where, me personally, I don't know how the other commissioners feel, I don't feel that the impacts, granted, as far as I'm concerned, they're significant, have been addressed by the EIR or the final EIR.
Well, the question is, tonight is just whether to certify the EIR as adequate under CEQA, and when the mitigation measures and analyzing and evaluating the adequacy of those mitigation measures, that's done at the time that you adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, which is to be done as required by CEQA in conjunction with approval of the project.
And we would have to change the wording of the resolution. I understand what you're saying, Scott.
I'm just saying that
Okay, well, let me take a moment
I can't
to
vote
review
yes on this because it essentially
We're looking
says something that I do not believe.
If you want to see, it's right there on page
It's
3.
on page 3. Get down
In
one,
which
two,
paragraph
three,
are you looking
four,
at?
5, 6, the 6th whereas. How do I change that?
Yeah, this really, I believe, should be struck and put in with our CEQA findings, the entire provision there.
Okay, so I don't have to.
required for EIR certification to make
So I don't
this
have to
finding a
agree. I don't have to agree with the EIR to certify it.
I think that this paragraph should be struck, and this
Okay.
is what should be addressed in the CEQA findings.
read
This belongs with the CEQA.
So where is all
findings.
potentially significant environmental impacts of the project were addressed in the FEIR, and all of the mitigation measures identified in the FEIR
Correct. That's a CEQA
apply
finding, and it
to the
doesn't belong
project
in
and
this
reduce the
resolution.
impacts to less than significant.
So that wording could be striked and.
Yes.
That entire
entire paragraph.
whereas.
The entire
The
paragraph.
recital.
Okay.
There.
Because I couldn't honestly say
No,
that.
you're right. Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't agree with all of the findings. And I would imagine that other commissioners may have other things that they don't necessarily agree with.
Yeah,
which puts
this
us-
is really sort of a summary of your CEQA findings that belongs with the next resolution that comes with project approval.
Okay.
So, okay, well, that was good. That was a good discussion. It really was. No,
Yeah.
however, I actually do have an item on noise that I don't know if it was adequately addressed in the EIR, and I do want to bring that up. And again, I don't know where that takes us.
No.
It's just something I want to say. In our discussion about noise, one of the things that struck me was that I don't believe that the EIR considered not just the noise impact on the Greater East Side, but also the outdoor space of the residents who would be living in the transit village. That doesn't seem to have been addressed, and that would be exceedingly impactful. And I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or put it, or I just know
that's
that
covered by
that was-
3.6-15 in the draft EIR.
Let's see.
Yeah.
NO-3,
The outdoor space?
Yeah.
permanent ambient noise exposure. Yeah.
Say that.
It's 3.6-15 in the draft EIR, NO-3.
Right, that all addresses, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess it is addressed and marks it as a significant impact.
Less than significant with mitigation,
Less,
but yes.
yes. And again, I believe that there's also a study that will need, noise study that will need to be done in order to prove that the outdoor spaces actually will be below a certain threshold
Yeah, I just-
and acceptable levels.
What do you mean by that? Like, as part of the mitigation measure?
Part of the mitigation measure, they will actually have to do a study to prove that those spaces.
Yeah, that's
meet-
NO 3.2, the conduct acoustical analysis.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to assume we're going to kind of go down two pathways here at the same time. We're going to talk about significant impacts, or what we feel are significant impacts, and then try and address them through improvement measures. Okay? So that the improvement measures essentially will address any places where we think there's a significant impact that hasn't been declared in the environmental impact report. Does that
Well, I mean,
make
first of all,
sense?
I mean, should we ask whether anyone has identified an issue that they don't think that the EIR studied? I mean, not saying that an issue that they think the EIR got wrong, because, I mean, we've already established that there are things that you think that the EIR might have gotten wrong. But I guess my first question would be, is there something that the EIR didn't study?
I don't think that's possible.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, and, you know, maybe I should say now, it's like people have raised really good issues as to whether or not this project is good policy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, really good issues, you know, really good concerns. But my understanding is that our primary focus was just to make sure that everything was looked at. And, you know, when I look at these documents, and I've spent a lot of time with them, it seems like they looked at everything. And there are certain things like, for example, the noise stuff. Like when I heard from the noise guy, some of the things he said weren't necessarily intuitive to me. But at the same time, I'm not a noise engineer.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, you know, I kind of feel like, you know, absent some, I think what the term that keeps getting thrown around at us is substantial evidence or something to the contrary. I mean, there was no substantial evidence to the contrary to what he was saying, even though it didn't necessarily seem intuitive to me. And so it's like I could totally see raising a lot of these concerns that we're raising here as part of improvement measures, and we can go through them. You know, I proposed some improvement measures. I thought staff did a really good job of incorporating all but one of them, which I want to talk a little bit more about, which is the impact of high-speed rail. And I think we can have a lot of discussion about that, but first what I think we need to get past is there something they didn't study that they were supposed to study?
So let me give you some examples of some of the things that I'm thinking about.
Okay.
And you can, and we can decide whether we feel that they have addressed them or not. The impact of parking on the east side.
Okay.
I you know, they commented and essentially
After we
said
brought it up.
that it won't really have an impact, but essentially they didn't study it. So when you ask, did they study it, I don't think they studied. There's no study that shows what impact this would have on parking on the east side. Okay, so the question is, are there studies that didn't get done?
I don't know if you mean by studies, like the issue of parking on the east side is discussed in the FEIR because it's something that was raised extensively by the community, and so it's discussed.
It's
And
discussed,
again, I don't
and-
know, like what kind of study do you think they would need to do that they didn't do? I mean, how do you study?
How do you look at the existing problem and and then study what you can do as part of the project to solve that and to not create, and to not make the problem worse.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, like, we had the parking expert dude who came up and basically told us that based on their experience, that this issue that was raised, as I understand the issue, is the idea is if the parking lot is a little bit farther away, that is going to encourage people to park in the neighborhood who didn't park in the neighborhood before. I mean, that's basically...
It's free versus cost, free versus cost, too.
That's an issue already, right? I mean, already it's free versus cost.
Right,
so
but
that issue isn't changing. The only thing that's changing is the parking lot is moving a little bit further away.
Well,
so the question is whether by moving it a little bit farther away, you're gonna have people more likely to want to park for free. And basically, the parking guru said that he doesn't think so, based on his experience. And so again, this comes back to this issue of if you've got these experts that are looking at it, and there's no counter expert that comes in and says, no, that dude doesn't know what he's talking about. How do we as planning commissioners say, yes, I hear you, parking guru, you say this doesn't matter, but I, as Joe Blow planning commissioner, disagree with you and say you need to go out and spend thousands of dollars conducting a parking survey. Then I don't even know what the parking survey would look like. And that's kind of my problem.
Yeah, I think that you're suggesting that the conditions will not change all that dramatically when you put the parking further away.
Well, that's not what I'm suggesting. That's what the parking guru said.
Right, which
he's
I disagree with. I mean,
Okay.
I think that, that is going to be an issue that needs to be
Isn't that
mitigated.
part of the
Or-
TDM whole process and reevaluating all this stuff as it's going on? I mean, I think that's all part of that process, isn't it?
Well, I'm also wondering, so is the fact that something was commented on by virtue of it, by virtue of it being discussed and therefore being entered into the final impact report enough to say that it's been addressed or not? Whether we like the conclusion or not is kind of a separate point. Is that what you're?
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I thought
Okay.
when the expert looks at it and says not a significant impact, we can disagree with that.
As
right?
long as
We can interpret what it means to us.
We can disagree with him and think, gosh, I don't think you're right, but that doesn't mean they didn't look at it. And if there's something else specifically, it's like, I think that, and I'm not criticizing you, Scott, but like the idea of if we wanted like some other parking survey that, I don't even know if it exists, I think we would need to go to the parking guru and say, hey, is there a study that you could do that you didn't do, and what would it involve, and why did you do it or not do it? I mean, that's kind of why it seems hard for me now to say that there's something that they could have done that they didn't do when we didn't ask the guy, was there something else you could do?
Except we've already got an improvement measure here that says, although implementation of mitigation measure TR 5.1 would ensure that parking-related impacts from the proposed project would be less than significant, there are measures the city could encourage to encourage the project developer to implement or consider imposing as conditions of approval. The first one is the project developer shall prepare a parking lot. Wait a minute, where is it? The proposed project developer shall contribute its proportional share of funding toward a residential parking permit program should such a program be implemented after a study by the city. So it's already in here as they're going to study it, okay?
Well, I thought and gosh, maybe someone could.
So the question is, should the study have been done prior to?
I thought the study was studying the impacts that actually happened from the project. I don't know how you could study what hasn't happened yet.
If I may, we did do the parking study, the transportation study, all the various studies that fed into the description of the impacts and the results of the potential impacts in the environmental document. And a lot of these improvement measures are in response to comments that were raised during the during the public hearing we've had for this final EIR now. So we have our experts stating that, and as you said, the guru, said, these are the results of our studies. Members of the commission and the public didn't necessarily agree with the results of those studies, so we've included some improvement measures that will be conditions of approval for the project. So as part of the CEQA process is we present this information to you, and it's a disclosure document. Now, it's up to you to take that information, what you're doing now, determine whether or not you agree with the results of the document itself, and then move forward. Either approve the project, and I'm sorry, or recommend that the environmental document be approved, or have the conditions approvals, which are the improvement measures. So, in a sense, what we're trying to do here is resolve the discussion that you're having among yourselves now. We've got our conclusions in the EIR. You don't necessarily agree with all those conclusions, so we've included improvement measures that would be conditions of approval to help address the issues that you have with the conclusions of the EIR.
And you can rework the language in those improvement measures to more closely meet your intent.
Okay.
I mean, the function of the EIR is help you to decide what the potential impacts of the project are and whether or not it should go forward, so that when you do, if you do approve or deny the project, you have the documentation necessary to justify your decision.
Okay.
Are we able to do all of that tonight?
We're going to try.
The improvement measures?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to put them up,
Yeah. I have more and changes to the existing ones. Because I went down, like I said, I went down 2 separate pathways, okay? One dealing with the concerns I had, the significance of things in the EIR, and then one improvement measure. So I can go either direction.
Okay,
Well, I mean, I think that if there's things that you think are actually not, that have not been studied, I mean, Mr. Kay can address whether they've been studied or not. I'm sure he could probably point to us in the document where they've been studied, or maybe he'll say they haven't been studied, and then I guess we have a problem, or he has a problem. I mean, if you think there's something that hasn't been studied.
There's a whole series of land use elements
that haven't been studied.
That weren't discussed
that
in the
weren't
document?
necessarily discussed in the document.
There we go.
Okay.
So which ones?
So let's look at the land use elements that were actually discussed in the document.
It's
which
fantastic.
would be on and it may be that they essentially lump them together.
Are you referring to the table in the land use discussion, the table
Yeah, I'm on
3.2-2?
table S-2,
S-2.
which is the summary of impacts and mitigation improvement measures.
Well, I mean, I look at the draft EIR, and we've got 3.2-10, 11,
okay, so
12,
let's
13, 14,
what page are you
15. 3.2, it starts with 10, where it seems like it's going through the general plan, including land use elements. So is there like a land use element that isn't discussed? So land use elements are discussed on 3.2, 10, 11, and 12.
All right, let's see it.
And again, I'm not suggesting that you have to agree, but I'm just wondering if there's one that hasn't been discussed.
Okay, so this is table, yeah, so when you look at LU 1.2. Okay, which you don't actually see here.
It's on 3.29.
No, that's land use 1.
3.29, isn't land use 2 at the bottom of the page? 3.2-9.
Those LU1 and LU2 are not corresponding to land use elements in the general plan.
I don't understand.
Those are the
Those are
sort
the
of
thresholds of significance.
They're the thresholds of significance.
Okay.
So what happens is you don't really start until land use 7.4.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when I looked at the general plan, I look at land use element 1.2. It talks about being sensitive to the surrounding uses. Okay, I look at LU 1.7. It encourages mitigation of parking conflicts between different land uses. I look at LU 8.2, which is in there. I look at LU 8.3, which is landscaping and visual buffers.
Well, I mean, let's start with the one that you think is missing, LU
1.2.
1.2, which is not, that's the goal. What LU 1.2 are you looking at? What page of the general plan?
Let me get to it. It's page 35.
Encourage development of higher density housing and support additional job growth?
Yes, that's not with the TOD corridor while being sensitive to surrounding uses. Okay?
Okay.
So,
Excuse me if I may as well, with these land use elements and consistency, under CEQA, it's important to keep in mind that we're looking at consistency with those policies adopted for the purpose of avoiding or mitigating an environmental effect. So that's the overall basis on which we selected these various policies. So I want you to keep that in mind when you go through some of the policies that you think we may have ignored when we talked about the consistency with those policies.
So how do you decide which ones should be included and which ones don't?
Professional judgment. We'll go through the policies in the general plan and determine whether or not we feel they were adopted to either in consultation with the city. If we thought that they were adopted to avoid an environmental impact, those are the ones that we included.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you actually went through the entire general plan to determine to determine which ones should be discussed in the EIR
Ones, like
and
I
which
said,
ones should
that
not.
we thought were adopted for the purposes of avoiding a significant environmental effect.
I'd like to also point out that in addition to those, as we created the improvement measures, heard your input and what you wanted to see back, the errata then included additional land use policy to be evaluated against the EIR and what had been discussed in the EIR to then get to the conclusions of the improvement measures. So if you are looking to write new improvement
can I
measures,
include these as justification for the improvement measures? Or you do the improvement measures under these land use elements?
what might help is to know first what improvement measures you would like, and then look at those land use policies that support that, those improvement measures,
Okay.
which is the way we worked
You've worked
in creating the improvement measures for you.
Okay. You're working the opposite direction I am.
Yes.
And I'd like
With
to
that.
mention that there'll be a second opportunity to review the project's consistency with general plan policies when it comes back to you for entitlements. So for in adopting the zone change and the other project entitlements, you'll be required to make findings that the project is consistent with the general plan, but that's a separate determination from CEQA. So as Michael Kay mentioned, for purposes of CEQA, we're looking at the project's compatibility with general plan policies that were specifically adopted for the purpose of avoiding or reducing environmental impacts only. But later in the project entitlement phase, when you're reaching your findings on deciding whether or not to approve the project, you'll be looking at the project's consistency with the general plan as a whole.
So right now, we're looking at sort of a smaller universe
That's right.
than the larger universe that we'll be looking at.
That's right. We're looking at
as
only the
time goes
policies that were
by.
specifically adopted for reducing or avoiding
But
environmental impacts.
We can comment on those as part of improvement measures.
Yes, improvement measures are conditions of approval, and that's sort of outside of your CEQA powers and more into your police powers.
I didn't know I had police powers.
Get you a hat.
Get you
You'd be surprised what a city can do. So anyway, to go back, and I'm just trying, I want to make sure we protect our record. Because we are supposed to make sure that the documents study everything. So we've sort of talked about the fact they've gone through the general plan, and you have some areas where you're concerned that the project in general may conflict with the general plan, and we can talk about those improvement measures. Again, not saying that the project is going to be approved, but just whether or not the stuff has been studied. Was there anything other than that you thought might not have been studied?
Let's go down the road of the improvement measures, and if at some point we think that there's something there that hasn't been studied, we can come back to it.
Perfect, as long as, like, as of right now,
As of right
the
now,
way we've
I'm
left it
willing
right
to-
now,
That should be the goal.
we haven't identified something that hasn't been studied yet.
Okay, I'm willing
Okay.
to live with that.
Awesome.
Okay. So I have, there were 4 improvement measures in the EIR. Staff did not get any input that there was an interest in amending any of those, so I don't have them to show on the screen. Those were TR
Original ones?
1 and 4. Those were regarding the improvements to El Camino Real and San Carlos Avenue and the driveway into the parking garage, or into the surface parking. NO 1.1 was the one Chair Marsters talked about of noise during construction, and UT 7.1 had to do with water saving measures when you look at building permit plans. Okay,
We allowed
so
to close that door?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the question?
I was wondering whether we were allowed to close that door. I totally understand the desire to close it. I just didn't
Yeah.
know if we were allowed to close it.
Yes.
Whether we were allowed to close it. Not
Then there are 10 others we created based on the input, and we'll start with visual quality. This one, the EIR concludes that although the proposed project would not result in significant impact or substantial degrade surrounding visual character, there are measures the city could encourage the project developer to implement or consider imposing as condition of approval. And this is where we put in landscape screening on the east side of the project, and also on the east side of Old County Road. And these would come in with submittal for approval with the PD plan and development standards application.
Do you want to talk about these as you go through them?
Should we go through the 10, and then when you say, you could say yes or no, and I want to add another one in visual quality, that might be helpful. We could,
What about if, as you're going through them, we say, I want to change it,
there you
or I
go.
want to add to it? Okay? The problem I have with this one here, is that it, right at the top, so I don't know if everybody is looking at the page 1.
Yeah.
I am.
It says, although the proposed project would not result in significant impact or substantially degrade surrounding visual character, there are measures the city could encourage the project developer. I would say the city will require the developer to implement. I don't want to say that we could require them. I would like to suggest, and I realize that we're making recommendations to the city council, but I would like to see us recommend to the city council that they
Well, it doesn't even say
require.
could, it doesn't even say
There's
could
two-
require, it says could encourage.
Could encourage, yeah. I would say will require the developer to implement.
If I could, there's 2 ways to implement these improvement measures. One is really by encouraging the developer to voluntarily bring this back as part of its project. And second is to impose this as a condition of approval. And to impose it as a condition of approval, we have to find nexus, ref proportionality, all those things. So that's what this language, to encourage, that's one method where the developer will voluntarily come back and present the
Like land
project.
use elements in order to
That's right.
impose it upon them.
And the other way is for the city to
Well, and the
actually
other thing, right,
require
is
it.
basically we're telling the developer that we really, really want this if we vote for it. And if they don't do it and they come back, I mean, they have to recognize that if we can point to a land use element and we can provide that nexus, and they haven't done it,
That's right.
then we would have a basis for rejecting the
That's right.
entire project.
That's right.
So, I mean, they have a pretty big incentive
That's
to,
right.
even though it's a recommendation,
Mhm.
it's got some teeth behind it. I mean,
Mhm.
assuming that it is.
Because to me, could encourage doesn't have any teeth to it. Okay?
Well, it does if we have the final say.
And we do. I mean, at this point, we're encouraging, but at time of project approval, if we get to that, assuming we get to that point, we could withhold theoretically.
That's where the consider imposing comes in.
Well, we could change the language to their measures the developer could incorporate into its project, or the city could impose
That's
as
the
a
same
condition of
thing.
approval.
That's really the same thing.
Yeah, that's.
But would we
Okay.
need to make those findings with respect to the elements at this point in order to
The
do that?
purpose of these improvement measures, I see that you're using them as a tool to go through and see whether the EIR document is adequate and complete. But this is really related to your second action tonight and giving the developers sort of general direction on what you would like to see when they return for your recommendation on
That was my
project approval.
understanding, yeah.
So the language does not have to be perfect tonight. This is not adopted. It's not specific language. I don't feel, Deborah, do you agree that the language doesn't have to be picture perfect? This is really to provide direction to the developer when it returns.
Maybe what Scott is concerned, I hate to put words in your mouth, Scott, but maybe what you're concerned about is by putting the word encourage there, we're basically binding ourselves to not being able to require it later. And I didn't sense that we were doing that. No?
Can we have a spotlight on you?
Are you asking her? Or
Well, I
me?
don't know. I mean, is that your concern that we're binding
It's-
ourselves to
it's-
not being a...
One of the concerns that I have is that if there's no teeth, then are we going to be able to come back later and add teeth to it?
Yes.
Whereas,
I
because
agree with
here, it's essentially saying, maybe you got to do landscaping, maybe you don't have to do
Yeah,
landscaping.
these are improvement measures that can't be required under CEQA because they're measures to improve project impacts that were not identified as significant under CEQA. So the mitigation measures that you see in Table S2, that's part of CEQA. This is really more relating to conditions of approval that would be imposed at the time of project approval.
Because the project's not
And
being
to make the
approved or
project
denied
better.
tonight.
So, since this is our fourth hearing, we wanted you to have the ability to respond and address the comments made by the public by pulling together a list of some of the things that you've been able to gather through the course of these 4 public hearings to give the developer some feedback as to what you would like to see for your recommendation of approval on the project. But this is really relating to the second action for tonight. The first action is do we certify the EIR or not? The second action is, if you do certify the EIR, how do you want to direct the developer to return to you with a project for approval? And that's what these improvement measures are related to.
Interrelated, right?
They're really not interrelated. These really are, if you see on the impacts, basically all of the impacts, there's no impact, or the impact has already been mitigated, and these are further ways that you could further reduce the impacts or improve the project.
What if we
Despite the fact that there hasn't been a significant impact identified.
And that's another issue that I have with this, is it's back to the issue of if I feel that there's a significant impact, and the table of improvements is essentially saying, no, there isn't a significant impact, but we're going to require you to do this, okay? How do I get around?
Why we're really not doing this tonight,
do I
which
get-
is why we adopt the CEQA finding. Until we have a project before us that you're considering for approval, you can't adopt your CEQA findings and make findings about the project and its relation to its impacts and mitigation measures and adopt mitigation measures. So that's all done in the next phase. So it's this process has been broken down into the EIR certification, and then the second phase is project approval, and with project approval, in conjunction with project approval, CEQA requires that you adopt CEQA findings and mitigation measures at the time of project approval and not before. So that, I think that's where the confusion lies. Oftentimes, this is all done all at once. So it's not broken into these separate steps. But I don't know if Michael would like to add anything more to that.
I'm going to have to defer to you, Camus.
Okay.
Except
I do agree with Camus, though, that these improvement measures would not be included in your statement of overriding considerations. These are not that there's not a nexus between the level of impact and the improvement measures. The improvement measures go on above and beyond what we've already determined would mitigate what we've said were significant impacts.
So they also would not be part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan.
Correct. They would be conditions of approval, which it has its own police powers to coin a phrase.
Well, I mean, let's take it out of the abstract. I think, again, I feel like I'm putting words in Scott's mouth, and he probably can speak for himself. But like, we've got an improvement measure that involves sound, where we're suggesting that the developer use sound absorbent materials in the building. And I could see why Scott would have a problem if the beginning of the improvement measure says, although the proposed project would not have a significant impact on sound, we suggest you do this. So I guess maybe, is it possible, and I'll happily take no for an answer, all of these improvement measures start, although the proposed project would not result in significant impact or substantially degrade, if it said, regardless of whether the proposed project would result in a significant impact or substantially degrade, the city could encourage?
Yeah, ultimately, these improvement measures will be imposed at the time of conditions of approval, and the language can be reworked then. So if you reach a different conclusion than the EIR has reached, then the language can be revised.
Maybe the way to
But
resolve...
the purpose of putting this list together was really more to let the project applicant know what the deficiencies the Planning Commission found and how you'd like to direct
my
them.
suggestion here is, let's get rid of the sentences that say, the proposed project would not substantially degrade existing character, or the...
Can I suggest language?
Yes.
And you can, and I want to address the concern that I think you have that is a legitimate concern, that you would be saying something you don't mean. Rather than saying although, you just change that word to regardless, regardless whether the proposed project would result in significant impact or substantially degrade surrounding visual character, there are measures the city could encourage the project developer to implement or consider imposing as a condition of approval. So in all of these, the word although would be replaced with regardless whether, and the word not is removed. And then you're not committing to any opinion as to whether or not the impacts are significant.
And another way to do that is although the EIR has concluded, and that leaves you open to making a different conclusion
absolutely.
at the time of the CEQA findings.
That's probably even better. That's why you get paid to be the lawyer. If you just...
I'm okay with that.
Although the EIR has concluded.
Yeah.
And so we can just repeat that through the document.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
let's do that.
Right. And I don't have to agree with the EIR in order to approve it.
Certify.
Certify.
Recommend that the city council certify.
Certify.
No, but you do have to agree that it's analyzed what it needed to analyze, and there's no missing studies. I mean,
Yeah, that was which is why I wanted to kind of drill down and see whether there was something we thought we didn't study, or Mr. K didn't study.
Camus, I'm not sure what the answer is to this question, but if the developer came back at project approval and did not incorporate the encouraged improvement measures in the application or in the project description, then the city at that point could deny the project. And you can approve the FEIR and still deny the project. There are two separate procedures. Just because you adopt the FEIR, that doesn't mean you've approved the project. That's a completely separate vote and action on the city's part.
Yeah, and that's what my understanding as well. So, I know that this outstanding issue of the size is still out there. My understanding, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, by certifying the FEIR, we're not saying this is the right size, and ultimately we could say it needs to be smaller, but the FEIR would cover that because a smaller project would have less impact.
Right.
So
it would cover anything within the envelope.
Yes. Anything with the FER. So, the whole thing, like the issue of size, which I know is a big concern for folks, I mean, that's still an open issue.
It would leave you open to deny the project, approve it, approve one of the alternatives, a smaller version, something that's encompassed within the envelope of the EIR.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
And it would also leave you open to reaching different conclusions than the EIR in your CEQA findings at project approval. So really the question before you tonight is whether the EIR has disclosed what it needs to disclose as far as information, and the EIR has reached conclusions on the impacts, but you are not bound by the conclusions in the EIR.
Nor do we have to agree with them. We just have to say that we feel that
it's done.
It's studied or been commented on or brought up by the public.
There's been a thorough analysis.
Well, it's thorough, right?
Had to throw in that last word, thorough analysis.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be.
That it's complete is really the question. Is it complete or is something still missing?
Okay.
But you're not bound by the
And we don't have to
conclusions in the
agree with
EIR.
The
Conclusions.
Conclusions.
That's right.
Okay.
Does it make your job easier or harder?
A little bit easier.
All right.
And at the time it comes back to you, if you do approve the project, you would make CEQA findings, and in those CEQA findings would be the place to state where you disagreed and why. Despite the conclusion of the EIR, we believe based on this evidence in the record, public comments or whatever, blah, blah, blah.
These land use elements in the general plan.
If
that
they're
type of
environmental
thing.
in nature. Otherwise, they would be a basis for either denying the project or requiring something, if there was the nexus, right?
That's right. That's in the CEQA findings, and that goes through each and every significant impact.
Okay. So, based on that, my question is, does anybody have any comments on, before we move on to give the applicant further direction on the plan, does anybody have comments on the final environmental impact report?
No, based on that conversation, I feel everything has been looked at, though I don't necessarily
Agree with
it.
Okay.
Of the same opinion.
You're of the same.
Feel the same.
As do I.
So, do we want to take the first motion now and then move on, or do we take them simultaneously?
They're two different motions, aren't they?
Okay.
Are they?
I hope the motion is shorter than the...
I just hope that everybody understands that assuming we certify the FEIR, that does not mean that we agree with the project, or that we're not hearing the concerns, or that we're not going to
Or that we
suggest
even agree with the findings.
improvement measures, or, there isn't still reason for the community to continue to communicate with the developer and try and, reach some sort of agreement to resolve things, that all those things are still open, even if the commission recommends that the FEIR is certified to the city council, makes that recommendation to the city council.
So essentially, the FEIR essentially states that we feel that things have been studied. We don't have to agree with them, yes or no, but we essentially
And we don't
feel
even
that-
have to agree that they've been studied the way we want them
Exactly.
to.
Well-
or
I think we need to be able to say that they've been studied, and we believe they've been studied sufficiently.
In good faith.
That doesn't mean that we have to agree, but I don't think we can recommend certification unless we believe that they've been studied sufficiently.
Yeah, let me read you, if you don't mind, from the CEQA guidelines, section 150908.2, which addresses the adequacy of an EIR. I'm sorry, section 15151. There's sort of three statements. An EIR should be prepared with a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of environmental consequences. Number two, an evaluation of the environmental impacts of a project need not be exhaustive, but the sufficiency of an EIR is to be reviewed in light of what is reasonably feasible. And 3, disagreement among experts does not make the EIR inadequate, but the EIR should summarize the main points of disagreement among the experts. So that's your first finding on whether the EIR has been completed in compliance with CEQA. You're also finding, as you certify the EIR, that the final EIR was presented to you and that you reviewed and considered the information contained in the FEIR, and that the final EIR reflects the city's independent judgment and analysis.
In the resolution. When you make the when the statement about disagreement among experts, if you don't have an expert on the other side, if it's just a general feeling, say amongst individuals on the planning commission, does that lock us into any decision? So in other words,
Is the lack of an
if
expert?
the lack of an expert. So say we had the noise expert who said there's no impact, but the commission feels that there is a impact of noise, okay? But we don't have an expert, okay? So the lack of having an expert, that doesn't lock us into the decision that was made or the opinion that was made by the expert that was here.
You're free to reach a different conclusion if it can be supported by substantial evidence. An opinion is not considered substantial evidence.
So we would have to get our own expert.
So if you can't make a different conclusion, if there's no evidence to support a different conclusion, if you have a feeling that it's wrong and that it's different, that's not substantial evidence
But if
to
we
reach a
can
different
point to
conclusion.
The general plan.
General plan, or if we can point to, say,
Right.
the Federal Transportation Authority's data.
Yes, for example, with the general plan consistency determination.
Yes.
You would probably have the ability to make
We don't
a
actually
different
have to have an
conclusion.
expert that makes the opposite conclusion.
Yeah, in that sense, there really is not. Noise is sort of a different issue because it's a technical issue that requires an expert, and so.
You saying that
But in terms of
would require an expert in order to make the opposite conclusion?
No, it doesn't require an expert, but it requires substantial evidence, and which is fact.
We would.
Well, but
as opposed to
maybe-
opinion.
Maybe here's a distinction when you talk about noise. If they say it's going to add 1 dB, I don't think you can say, Scott Marsters, well, I think it's going to cause 2 dB.
That's right.
But you can look at documentation policies and say 1 dB is too much.
Too much.
1 dB, I'm not saying there is, but, if you can point to a document that says 1 dB is too much, 1 dB is significant, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do that, but we couldn't say, well, even though he says it's 1 dB, we think it's 3 dB just because we think so.
Meaning the EIR used the wrong threshold, and we're going to apply a different threshold.
We could find different thresholds, if they're correct, I guess. But we couldn't independently estimate the noise.
Because Dimitri said so.
I'm not.
I didn't mean to diminish anything that you've given us, trust me.
That's the distinction
Yes,
we
I
would
know.
draw, right?
Well, that's true. he could be considered a noise expert.
He could be considered a noise expert. Okay. Okay.
Can you guys go back to that regardless weather language? That was a lot stronger. This dumbed it down big time.
I think, wait a minute. Although the ER concluded the proposed project would not result in there are measures the city could encourage.
I think the only reason that this was seen as superior is because it required fewer changes. But you could even make it stronger by saying the EIR document concluded. If folks don't think that's strong enough. The EIR drafters concluded.
Yeah, I would, the EIR drafters concluded for me, because that doesn't necessarily mean that we,
Well, the EIR is the city's document. It's your product, and you outsource the preparation to the consultants, but ultimately it's the city's product. And
Is it the FEIR?
FEIR.
The FEIR is all, everything.
yeah, the FEIR is what you want to say. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Anyone else
Here
have any
concludes.
more comments on that?
I guess, oh, you mean on that language particularly?
On the language. Oh, well, let's get back to that after we,
Second,
at the second piece.
We do
There is a motion on the projector, is what you're... Does anybody have a discussion of the motion?
You would
You have to-
probably read in, adopt a motion as amended.
I was going to
'Cause
say,
you-
we
you
'cause we're
took out
amending the
that
motion.
sixth paragraph on page 3.
You want to do that?
Read the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Want some water first?
Here's my minutes.
Okay. I move that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Carlos concerning the San Carlos Transit Village
Stop you.
project.
I think you were going to add the word amended in front of resolution, right?
I sure
now.
didn't, did I? I was going to, and I just didn't do it.
Okay.
A resolution
Just
as
walk right
amended.
through it. I move that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as amended of the Planning Commission of the City of San Carlos concerning the San Carlos Transit Village project, 10.53 acres located in the San Carlos Railroad Corridor, approximately bounded by El Camino Real to the west, the Caltrain tracks to the east, Oak Street to the north, and Arroyo Avenue to the south. Assessor's parcel number 050-055-020, 050-075-020, 050-076-040, 050-076-030, 050-134-010, 050-134-020, 050-155-010, and 050-165-010, recommending that the city certify, or City Council certify a final environmental impact report.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, now we move on to consideration of adoption of a motion of the Planning Commission to give the applicant further direction on the proposed San Carlos Transit Village project.
Now it's improvement measures.
Now,
Now we-
you guys have anything else? I mean, was there some wording I think you were talking
Oh,
about?
I got pages of stuff. I got lots of direction. So,
You want to go one by one?
let's go one by one. We're going to start talking about, well, one by one, let me... Oh.
Is this order necessarily the best order to do it in?
I did it sort of how we did them
In the
as
conversation.
in the conversation
Yeah.
of what we did. So,
Okay.
but I can adjust to this. I do like the idea of using the wording that Commissioner Silverman did, using regardless whether the proposed project would result in significant impact or substantially degrade surrounding visual character. So I like that wording better than I like although.
That's fine.
Okay.
So all that needs to be changed is although needs to deleted, and regardless whether needs to be added in front, and the word not needs to be deleted.
Well, I would say if you come to a conclusion that there was a significant impact despite the EIR's, if you come to a contrary conclusion and find a significant impact that the EIR did not find, then you would be required to mitigate that significant impact. And so these improvement measures wouldn't be improvement measures, they would be mitigation measures, and they would be incorporated as part of the mitigation monitoring and reporting.
And we could do that
plan.
later, though, right?
And you would do that later with your CEQA findings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that, I mean,
So I don't
you
think that the
identifying a
regardless
problem or an issue?
language is quite appropriate because it's not really true. If you do come to a different conclusion, then those would be basically converted to mitigation measures instead of improvement measures. They would be
With
put
this
into a
language
different.
over here.
But why is that a problem? I thought this is just basically giving the developer an idea of what we feel needs to happen for the project to be
Right.
good, whether it's as a mitigation measure or as a requirement for project improvement. I mean, can't we decide later whether
Yeah,
or not
I
it
guess
needs
you
to be a
could.
mitigation measure?
Yeah, you
or-
won't be adopting them until later or recommending adoption
Yeah.
until later. So,
So
you can play with.
I mean, I don't
language.
want to. Please, if it's not appropriate, let us
Well,
know.
it's just that it wouldn't be classified as an improvement measure. It would be classified as a mitigation measure.
But we won't decide that till later, right?
No, but as this document reads, it's the table of improvement measures. So.
I don't have a problem with making some of these mitigation measures.
But we don't do that till later.
But we don't do that till later. Okay.
I mean, you want to? Can we
So
change
does-
the title of the?
Does the wording make it that big of a difference?
No, this is really just to give general direction. It doesn't even have to be this specific.
Okay.
This is what staff
So
put
I-
together.
I like the wording that
Mhm.
Commissioner Silverman suggested, regardless whether the proposed project would result in a significant impact or substantially. There are measures. Okay?
Instead of although.
Instead of although. And we cross out the word not.
All you need to do is change although to regardless. No, I don't even think you.
And then you get rid of the word not.
Yeah, because it's already implied, right?
So we're going to do that
Through all
for all
those.
of them, if everybody agrees.
Yeah.
I mean, really, you could just
There.
strike out that whole phrase and just start with "there are measures the city could encourage." Or leave out the preamble. If the preamble is the problem, we can just strike all the preambles. Really,
Fine with me either way.
it's really the
I'm
substance
okay
that
with it
matters.
either way,
It's-
too. I
Yeah, me
think,
too.
okay.
Does council have a preference?
Nope.
Okay, it does help with the findings. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go with regardless
So-
language.
We're going to go with looking at VQ 3.1. And the problem I had with this is that essentially, to the greatest extent possible, and in talking, in all the comments that we've heard, and when we've heard from Legacy and Samtrans, almost none of the landscaping is sort of guaranteed with the project. Most of the landscaping ends up being on the berm. It ends up being in the area that is being set aside for the project. And so my feeling is that we need to require landscaping that is going to be there after the project, after the additional things that may happen, whether it be high-speed rail, which could essentially change the way the berm is, change the way that land that's been set aside. I don't know if that's 5 years down the road. It sounds unlikely, but stranger things have happened. So my concern is that the landscaping is not guaranteed for the life of the project. It's temporary. And I have a problem with that because what we've done in the past is we have really required landscaping to go along with the project in order to mitigate visual conflicts between projects or parcels. And so somewhere in this piece, I feel that the landscaping and screening needs to be strengthened to cover a certain percentage or more that is actually goes with the project itself. Does that make sense?
So would striking that last phrase do it? Or how would we strengthen it?
I don't,
I'm not sure I understand. You mean so that they can't ever,
yeah, well, here's the problem. They create a landscaping plan. Most of the landscaping sits on the berm. It sits in the city's right-of-way in the road. It ends up being in the Caltrain right-of-way, which could be taken for high-speed rail. And there's very little landscaping that actually is on the project itself. And so what happens is, if high-speed rail comes along and all of that gets wiped out, you really have lost your buffer between the project and the neighborhood.
And how can they guarantee that?
And how can they guarantee that? That's not my problem.
Right.
Okay? That's a direction to the developer to find a way to guarantee landscaping.
what are
So
these?
it originally read, provide landscape screening, period. A comment at a previous meeting was to the greatest extent feasible. We're happy to take that back out.
No, I think
Then within the body of it, it says you review it later.
No, I agree with the greatest extent possible. What I need is some sort of guarantee in there that the landscape is not all going to disappear. Because
So you do that with the condition of the landscape plan in the PD plan. The PD plan
we'll have all
is specific about landscaping and what's required. If the landscaping's taken out, and you've said it's required as part of the PD plan, then they're not in compliance with the PD plan anymore.
Right. Okay.
But what, so,
Could we add the word to maintain, to ensure and maintain?
Yeah?
I mean,
I mean,
landscaping should be guaranteed for the life of the project.
Right.
That's what we typically do. The
Right.
problem that I have with this is that most of the landscaping that I've heard proposed is off-site, okay? And so what I need is, and there's all kinds of land use policies that I can just, I think I looked and there's like a dozen talking about being sensitive and landscaping and visual buffers and you know, transitions and all of that. So I'm going to feel comfortable if we have some permanent landscaping in there versus some, maybe it's going to be there for 5 years, maybe it's going to be there for 20. We don't really know because we don't know what's going to happen.
So would adding the sentence landscaping should be ensured for the life of the project satisfy you to that?
I thought what Scott's concern was is that it couldn't be guaranteed except on the project site. So maybe what Scott, what you want is sort of a reiteration that it's to be the greatest extent possible everywhere, but a special emphasis on the eastern perimeter of the project site. Because you want to make sure it's on the project site,
and
right?
what I want to make sure is that there's enough landscaping there that even if everything else, in the unlikelihood that everything else is lost, that that's still enough landscaping, okay, to provide a buffer. And the other piece of it that I want to make sure of is that we're not just talking about the area north of Holly. We want to make sure that it's the entire project, north and south of Holly.
So would it be helpful after the parenthetical, which is the PD plan and development standards, that you add in for the entire site, landscape plans for the entire site, including, or with emphasis, additional emphasis on the eastern perimeter of the project site, and and then make the landscaping for Old County Road and the elevated track also required.
Yes, to the greatest extent possible.
So,
I don't want to consider the alternative to not having landscape there, because it's not pretty for anybody.
okay. Next.
Scott, are you ready for the next one?
The next one is
Same changes to the preamble. This one is regarding your interest in a plan for the vacant railroad corridor that's not part of the San Carlos Transit Village proposal by Legacy.
the only concern that I had here was that there's no time frame associated with it. So I would like to see some sort of a time frame put in there, that the owner prepare a design for submittal to be considered prior to the issuance of building permits for the project, or prior to occupancy of the project, or something like that, where essentially we don't leave this open-ended, where that sometime in the next 20 years they're going to decide to submit a design. I'd like to see that sooner rather than later, because we've already spent 12 years, 15 years of dealing with weeds and vacant lots.
Okay, so. What's not here, but what is in the table of improvement measures on the left-hand side speaks to the city's intent, which is stated in the FEIR, to rezone the remainder lands. So it's the city upon which you would put a time frame.
You mean?
And where's the problem?
So it's the property owner submits the plan, but the city initiates the rezoning. So what you're asking, I think, is for the city to initiate the rezoning prior to or following approval of the San Carlos Transit Village. It's some time frame, and then that the property owner, Samtrans, submit a plan as part of that rezoning.
What I want is some timeline.
Right.
Within a year, within 60 days or 90 days of project completion, or, something where it's just not open-ended again. That's the problem with the way it is right now. It's open-ended, and we've had 15 years of vacant lots. What I want is something to be put there, whether it be landscaping. If we're going to rezone it to do something else with it, let's figure out what that is sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
Am I coming across? I know it's the city that's going to initiate the rezoning.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we rezone it as parkland or as was suggested, and we landscape it. And we can always rezone it back if we
I think what
needed
you'd
to.
want to say is when you want the city to consider the rezoning of the remainder land. When would you like that to happen?
You said within a
Next
year
spring?
of the completion?
After
Or tied to the
the
project?
consideration of the San Carlos Transit Village? In the second breath after the consideration of the Transit Village?
Let's make it within 6 months of
Or prior to certificate of occupancy issuance, or prior
Well,
to issuance of building
And
permits?
you're more, you actually want the plants there. So, I mean, is there a way, I mean, I don't think you're so concerned
Do we
about
have
when
to-
the
No, I'm
plan
not.
is submitted or when the rezoning occurs.
I'm
Is
not.
there a way to word this in a way to encourage or ensure or something that the plants are there by the time the transit village is built?
Why does it have to be rezoned in order to put landscaping in?
Mr. Chairman, there would be no nexus
Yeah.
between this project and that piece of land.
But it's already.
What about part of the PD? Why can't the
vacant land
PD
that
be
won't be
done to
developed.
incorporate that piece? The PD for the transit village just be extended all the way down? I mean, you don't have to do a separate PD. You could do
No,
this.
but we would be the applicant for that part of it. Yeah, so you could say with the PD plan.
We just bring it forward as part of the project
Uh-huh.
at the same time. Isn't that what you would prefer to see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I could live with that.
let's do that then.
Yeah.
So it would be the property owner should prepare, as part of the PD plan, a description of interim land uses and a landscaping plan for the vacant railroad corridor property?
I think we could add in the same language that's in lots of these, that's for submittal with a PD plan and development standards application. Except we would say the, not a.
Okay.
So the person would have to write this down.
Okay, next.
Okay, so I didn't have any other comments until we got to, what is it? TR 5.5.
So we're okay with LU 6.1.
I think we're adding the change in the language in the
LU 6.1.
in the beginning to all
Yeah,
of
we're
them,
gonna-
but
we're
other
gonna-
than that,
Okay.
Plan.
TR 3.1, did you say?
5.5.
Okay, so we're okay with TR 3.1 regarding bicycle travelways, except
Yes,
for changing the
I'm
preamble?
glad you added that in, and I'm happy with it.
Okay,
So it was 5.5,
all right.
which is where we get to the residential permit parking.
Everybody else, no other comments on the other ones in between?
Everybody else okay with the rest of those?
If at some subsequent noticed meeting, we wanted to add more improvement measures, would that be something that we would be able to do?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. 'Cause I mean, one of the things is, I don't know whether the folks who have great interest in this project, I haven't seen any improvement measures submitted by them, although some of these try and reflect some of the comments. So, hopefully folks understand they could also submit improvement measures as well that we, may agree with or not.
Okay, 5.5.
That would be
I know where you're going with this one, Scott. This is one of mine.
parking.
Proportional fair share, is that what you?
No, I'm perfectly happy with proportional fair share. I just have a problem with, should such a program be implemented after a study by the city? My concern is that a baseline study needs to be done prior to
Offering this.
the the project starts, okay? And so, and I also want to make sure that, you know, so what did I say? Conducted prior to demolition of the existing parking, so you know what the existing parking problems are. Make sure that it includes no cost to the East Side residents. And I agree that the developer shall contribute its proportional fair share of funding towards solving the parking problem. I'm not trying to put this all on the developer. I think that there are several other candidates for sharing in this, Caltrain being one of them. Samtrans may be another one. So I think there's lots of potential candidates here for help in solving the parking issue.
Which, I mean, to break down the whole thing with the study, what I'd be concerned about with that is, like, what would you do with it? I mean, in some ways, to the extent that you think that there's already a parking problem, well, that actually undercuts, you know, any argument you would have subsequently, because if you do a study and the study determines, okay, there's a parking problem now, and then you do another study after the project's developed, and there's only a marginal increase to the problem, you've then basically you then make it very difficult for the developer to have to pay for the permit program. And I'm just saying, if your goal is to have the
This is more of a proactive measure, though. I don't think it. I mean, I'm assuming, Deborah, you said that a study is required.
Is a study required?
Isn't that what you told us?
I think the idea would be the study. Oh, I should let her answer.
No.
It's not required
No.
to impose a parking permit program.
Well, I think we wrote this in the context of the discussion we had regarding when the parking dude.
Guru. I'm never going to be near the end of this. That's fine.
We have a parking dude and a sound guru.
Yeah.
Different titles.
That and the conversation we had tonight about an existing condition, and that we are looking at the downtown parking study of collecting data in the east side neighborhoods to see if there are parking issues. And so it's a program that the city implements because it affects lots of, as you have said, it's not just this project.
And it's not just residents
And
over there,
it's-
it's businesses over there, too.
Right, and it's also, I think, as the chair well knows, having been on past committees about residential parking, that it is a separate, whether or not there's residential parking permit is a separate project. Because that's a decision made by the
residents
residential
make that decision.
property owners.
They vote to make that
Whether or
decision.
not to have permits.
And if the program was implemented before the project was approved, then the developer would be required to pay into it, regardless of whether there's a separate improvement measure or condition of approval. But this, I think, part of the idea with this improvement measure was that if a program was implemented down the road after project approval, this measure would require them to pay into
A
that.
proportional part.
Right.
Okay. I just, my concern is that we don't just put this in here and then it kind of disappears and we don't do anything about it. Okay, because we haven't done anything like the landscaping on this for 12 to 15 years. And every time in the past I've talked to yours and Al's predecessor, the comment that I always got back was, this will be solved when the development occurs on the other side of the berm. Okay? So I want to make sure that it is solved and that it isn't just pushed down the road again. So I can live with this language as long as I know that it's going to get solved.
My question is, what's the procedure to have this approved by the residents?
Yeah, we have not done one, so we'll have to create
never
a
done anything
procedure.
like this
We're going to get
before.
the data as the result of the parking study. Well, we then have to say, and this is your input also to the city council, that you want to go this route to see whether or not the residents want to have a parking permit program in the neighborhood.
Yep.
And if that decision is made, this then says the developer shall contribute a proportional share.
Okay.
And how would the proportional share be determined? I know I'm probably jumping the gun. How would you determine what the proportional share would be theoretically?
Well, in these kinds of instances, we have to do a nexus study.
And you can do that after the fact without a pre-study?
It's part of the program, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's parking. Let's move on to 5.1, which is noise. If somebody else has comments,
We'll jump in when we
please
do.
jump in when
Sure.
you
Absolutely.
feel. So it sounded like there were at least two of us who felt like the noise study was
Inadequate.
not inadequate.
That's for sure.
We can't say drew different conclusions than we would have. And so one of the problems that I had was that noise was only studied north of Holly. And the noise consultant talked about the fact that there were buildings lining Old County Road that impeded the noise from getting into the area south of Philly. But I actually looked, and some of those buildings are the same height as houses. And so the problem still exists south of Holly, and you have no real basis for the starting noise point for the area south of Holly. And my feeling on the one on north of Holly is that he couldn't tell us the intervening noises between the first house and the 10th or 12th house, and where the noise actually would be 1 decibel or more. So my suggestion is that we do a more thorough noise study prior to construction and then post-construction, and that we look at a series of measures, and this one talked about really only putting the noise attenuating or absorbing construction material. But there's all kinds of other noise measures that we could look at, such as creating a quiet zone. One comment that I heard, and I don't remember hearing it, but it came from one of the members from the audience, was that the noise consultant said that he didn't take measurements closer to the train station because the noise was higher there. Okay? And I didn't hear that. I have not gone back and looked at the record to see whether that was accurate or not, but it was a comment that was made. And
I thought he said the opposite, actually. I thought he said that it was because the train, well, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
I think the reason was he wanted to capture the train at what was considered more close to full speed, thinking that would be the
Loudest.
loudest.
The loudest.
Because it's slowing down.
Although,
Necessarily.
I know that you're in mid-thought. This was, I mean, I have to say the noise was one of the things that bothered me more than anything else. But my understanding of what the noise guru said was that basically the only thing that you could do as far as like the project was concerned was the noise attenuating construction material. He said that that building in, I think people called it an urban forest, but that by putting a buffer zone of trees there, you would create a psychological, you would have a psychological effect with respect to noise. But he said that those are the only two things other than a wall that could actually attenuate the noise. So in some ways, I don't know that I agree whether I personally thought that they did cover the noise as far as what the noise was going to do. But in some ways, to me, it kind of seemed irrelevant because with this improvement measure, we've basically we've suggested everything that they can do other than a wall. Although you've mentioned a quiet zone, I'm not sure how does that work? What do you mean? And where's the quiet zone? We can't. They can't stop the trains.
No, they can't, but they can stop the whistles. And if you actually look at one of the
developer can stop the whistles?
The city.
But
the city essentially takes
By creating a zone.
By creating a quiet zone.
But how could you do that as part of
That's
a
an existing
project?
condition, and that's something the city would have to take up, I think, with Caltrain and with the state PUC to make improvements to the platforms, to add safety features for pedestrians, thereby giving Caltrain the ability to decide whether or not they wanted to blare their horns when they pulled into and out of the station. That doesn't mean that they would be required never to do that, it's just that they'd have more discretion on whether or not it was required.
And that was actually a recommendation in the original.
But again, that's an existing noise that would not be affected by the project.
But it's a recommendation in Resolution 2003-79, which is policies and guidelines for the rail corridor.
But I thought that with these improvement measures, we're focusing on what the developer can be made to do, what we're going to ask the developer to do, and if the developer can't do it.
The developer and the landowner.
But the
Well, even if they
it's not
could
even
do
the
it, they
landowner.
can't be required to mitigate for an existing condition. They can only
Okay.
be required to mitigate for the impacts of their project.
So,
But, Mr. Chairman, the Planning Commission could always recommend that separate from the project.
okay.
Yes.
And the other two things that I've got are the trees, obviously. Even if
Yes.
it's psychologically.
But I'd assume that was covered by the PDP plan, that Mikey, PD, the acronym.
The problem with the trees, and I think what maybe psychologically wasn't a good term that he used, but the trees don't create a solid wall. If there's any gap between the trees, the noise is going to, for lack of a better term, leak between that gap. But when people see a row of trees, the perception is that, oh, they must be making things quiet because that's what trees do. So that's where he was trying to get at with the psychological study.
And I agree. Psychologically, people think it's quieter, okay? Whether it is or not. Sometimes you go with what...
Tying that strictly to CEQA terms, though, that's not a mitigation measure because then you couldn't come back and monitor it and say, well, this is the situation before we planted the trees are there now, has the noise been reduced?
But we're not doing mitigation measures, we're doing improvement measures. And then the other one would be a sound wall.
And the truth is that this NO,
He said that would work.
NO 5.1 isn't going to really address, I think, most of our concerns about noise. It would be more project entitlements and other special things about the project.
Right. All I want to do is sort of include those to think about.
Okay.
Okay? I'm not saying that we need to do any of them other than the acoustical
Building materials.
building materials, but I think that if the acoustical building materials don't reduce it down to where it needs to be, then other measures may need to be considered. Okay? That pushes emphasis on making sure that the acoustical analysis, the acoustical treatment actually takes care of the noise.
Jeff, can you build like a mock development, just so we can do something?
Yeah, just a couple of walls.
Yeah.
Just a couple of
That would
walls.
solve a lot of problems.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman?
you know,
Do you want a motion to continue the meeting?
Oh.
To a later, to extend the meeting?
How many more do you have, Scott? And I'm not saying that pejoratively at all, I just to try and understand
I
whether we
have,
can, I don't want to rush it, but if we were, I mean, if you only had like one or two more.
I have 3.
Okay, let's do it.
And
So we'll get a motion to
and
extend.
several of them are things that we've talked about.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Then I think I'm going to make a motion to extend, well, I mean,
You have 15 minutes at a time, or half an
well,
hour?
you want to do 15 minutes? I'm also concerned about other folks who may not have anticipated staying here. All right. I'll move to extend the time actually a half an hour at this point.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Before we get on to the ones that we've talked about, let's,
So we're
this,
done with noise?
the, what?
Are we done with that noise one?
I think we're done with the noise one, as long as we can sort of incorporate the, the,
Do you want to add a post-acoustical analysis shall also be required? Similar to what you do with
yeah.
antenna?
Okay, so say post-construction noise study shall be conducted to ensure that the noise levels in the surrounding neighborhood have not increased. If they do, additional measures will be required of the developer to reduce the increased noise.
Get all that?
Yes. What's my many pages of paper? Okay, so one of the things that we really didn't talk about but was mentioned was the historic train depot. And the paper, one of the comments from, I believe it was Cara Vonk, talked about her concerns about the historic train depot. And at the time, I really didn't think all that much about it, but then I went back and I sort of looked at the overhead picture of it and sort of thought about it a little bit more. And I really had a concern about how that's going to look and how it's going to be sort of set way back in away from the other buildings, and it's going to have a 38-foot building on one side and a 43-foot building on the other side, and in the back is going to be the state loading platform. And then I thought, in other places where they've got property that's sort of close to the train tracks, and I'm thinking, or El Camino, they've sort of put up these sort of sound walls in the front that kind of buffer the noise from El Camino from interfering with the public plaza that's there. And I just started going, we're losing a historical monument, okay, in the fact that it's no longer visible from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, and I wasn't sure how we go about finding a way to prevent that from happening. And so Carla recommended that we, well, how did she put it? She talked about having a preservation architect historian do a study. I'm not sure that we necessarily need a study, but I feel like we need somebody to advise the city or the developer on what impacts this would actually have to the historic train depot.
Mr. Chairman, to respond to that, it's already been looked at by the State Office of Historic Preservation, in addition to the South Bay Historical Railroad Society, and they looked at the building and the way it was designed, or the way the new buildings were designed in the context of the historic structure, and what they found is that a couple of things. That the design, let's see, that it was reconfigured. Essentially, the buildings were configured so that they angle in like this. They don't come all the way out to the street. If you look at the site plan, as you're looking in toward El Camino Real, there aren't any retaining walls or other structures other than very small, low structures that would be close to the ground. And then the buildings kind of step back away from El Camino Real, as opposed to coming out all the way out again at a straight angle, a 90-degree angle. They step in that way, and they also step up to some extent away from the historic structure. What we understand from the State Office of Historic Preservation and also is that they weren't interested in a building that, or they felt that you shouldn't necessarily design the new buildings to be at the same scale as the existing depot, because then the depot wouldn't stand out as much. So anyway, we do have a letter that was contained as part of the record in the, is this, the letter 46. Go ahead if you want to add to it.
Ghostwritten one?
This is from the South Bay Historical Railroad Society. It says, the commentator states that the reconfiguration of the space in front of the historic depot will better allow enjoyment of the building by the public, creates a view corridor along San Carlos Avenue that highlights the historic building, and is a well-designed project that enhances the public experience at the historic depot.
Who wrote that?
But this was one from the South Bay Historical Railroad Society, but it was also reviewed by the State Office of Historic Preservation, and they had a very similar point of view. Because it's on the state register and the national register, it's considerable. It has considerable historic importance, and so we were required to submit it to the state, and they found it to be, the design to be okay.
These are both two-story buildings.
You remember that one about that?
38 feet, this is 43 feet.
Uh-huh. This one seems significant.
Yeah, and the
I'm sorry, just so the folks know, I'm looking at, if you have, I'm looking at the a diagram that appears on right in front of 3.325 in the final EIR, and I was looking at elevations on Building 7 and Building 8 relative to the depot. and I was observing that the building 7 looks like it's pretty close to the depot, and that's a 2-story building. That's relatively modest looking in the picture.
It's 2 stories, but it's 38 feet.
And the building 8 is a much bigger building, but also 2 stories.
3 stories, 43 feet.
Oh, there's 3 stories. You're absolutely right.
Where are you at?
And I guess I'm not all that good at aesthetics. It just didn't look that dwarf to me, but reasonable minds could definitely differ about that.
So one of the concerns was traveling north and south on El Camino. The depot is now tucked so far back in there that you can't really see it. Okay.
Yeah,
And
and I can see where it's definitely tucked back there. You can't tell from this diagram, but
Right.
if you look at
and
the diagram, figure 2.3 in the draft EIR, you do see that it's quite a bit back there.
And the concern was that when the tracks were raised, there was a study that was done and made recommendations for just the eastern viewpoint of the historic depot. But no study has been done looking at the north and the south side and the west side as you come down San Carlos Avenue. And what impact this would have. I just want to bring it up. I think it was worth mentioning that as one of the concerns.
I mean, do you want an improvement measure right at this point? I'm not saying you can't want one later.
I'm not saying I necessarily want one at this point, but what I'm saying is that we want to be extremely sensitive to that building. And I see the developer shaking their head. Yes, they're going to be very sensitive to the views of that building, and so that's really what I wanted to bring up. Okay? And the last two things that I have really is Old County Road. And
I mean, I had suggested an improvement measure for Old County Road, and I like to revisit it unless I'm told that this is not possible, which I don't think we're there yet, which is that I would like the developer to come back at the time of project approval or before with a plan to either eliminate, or if that's not possible, to minimize the likelihood that Old County Road will be impacted by electrification or high-speed rail because of the project. I mean, that's really all I want right now is, you know, I want them to try to, and I mean, I've brought this up before. I spoke to Mr. Fitzpatrick about it earlier. I've spoken to the developer about it, and I'm not complaining that it hasn't happened yet, although I could. But I do want smart people, smarter than me, to be thinking about that, because if time for project approval comes about and there's no proposal to either eliminate or at least minimize that risk, which has been described as small, and I'm not told that it can't be done, I'm going to be pretty concerned about that. So unless I'm told that it can't be in there, I mean, I'd be happy to wordsmith it again if you want to take this down. And this is just my opinion, but here we go. I would like, as an improvement measure, that the developer, prior to submittal of documents for project approval, propose a plan or plans that eliminate, or if not possible, minimize the risk that Old County Road is disrupted by high-speed rail or electrification because of the project.
I'd like to direct that question to the city attorney. Because I would question whether there's a nexus, quite frankly.
We've gone through this issue as to whether the city could impose that or not. The developer can come back with whatever it would like to come back with to address that concern. But at this point, we don't feel there's a nexus for the city to impose that sort of condition.
Well, I don't know if we can get there, but at a minimum, I can ask them to do it, and I can tell them that I'm concerned, and the commission can either agree with me or disagree with me.
No, I agree. Leaving it open-ended, we had discussed with you some specific mitigation measures. And leaving this open-ended back to the developer.
Maybe the developer will come back and with a legal memo that says it's impossible and explains why. I hope that's not the case, and I'm a lawyer, but I'll defer to legal counsel for the commission. But I mean, I want some analysis of it because I haven't seen it yet. I'm not saying by you. I'm just saying I haven't seen any proposals. I haven't seen any analysis by the developer saying that it's impossible or that it's illegal. And I'd like them to look at it.
I mean, we did look at certain conditions, the developer impact fee, an agreement, third-party agreement, those types of things. And the city attorney and I agree that looking at those specific conditions that we had come up with, and perhaps the developer could come up with others, those really came down to essentially requiring the developer to hold or reserve or set aside land for another project, private, which was essentially a taking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to resolve it today. I mean, I was hopeful that there might be a way to ensure against the risk that they wouldn't have to retain property, but they could basically insure against the risk that it happens and that money would be available if in the event that it happens and it's determined that it's because of the project. I mean, I was hoping that something like that was possible, but it may not be.
It's appropriate to relay that concern to the developer, and when they come back at the time of project approval, they can decide how to address that.
And the way I was thinking of it was requiring the property owner to be willing to purchase land back from the developer if it were required prior to using Old County Road. So they've essentially stated that the developer, the land property owner has essentially stated that enough property has been set aside for high-speed rail. If that's not the case, then it shouldn't be the responsibility of the city to come up with that additional land. Instead, it should be the responsibility of the property owner who didn't set enough aside.
With the property owner or high-speed? I mean, because the property owner is Samtrans. The right-of-way is held by Caltrain.
And Samtrans.
The project is not within the Caltrain right-of-way. Is it really the property owner's responsibility to ensure that Caltrain's right-of-way is not large enough?
Property owner has been telling us for 15 years that they've set aside enough property in order to take care of high-speed rail.
But my understanding is Samtrans is not. It wouldn't be the applicant for high-speed rail either, or electrification. They're a property owner like any other property owner, with a right-of-way across their property set aside that's held by Caltrain.
And so none of the property in the right-of-the-way belongs to Samtrans.
Well, the underlying property is Samtrans. There's a right-of-way, is like an easement, a public easement across the property, which is a certain width that's been recorded against the property, and the project does not encroach into that right-of-way.
I mean, I don't like what she's saying, but I understand it. I mean, the idea is if you as an individual own a piece of property,
Yeah.
and you want to build a second story and an addition, and the city tells you, well, you know, we need to put electrical lines somewhere near your property at some point. So unless you set aside some of your personal property in order to accommodate those wires in the future, we're not going to approve your project. And I can understand why that would be a concern, but I'd like to see it fleshed out. So did I get your two in one? Because it was the electrification and
You
the,
got part of it in one. The
Effort,
other,
though.
the other concern that I had was that the electrification poles and wires not be moved east. And my concern is that because the project is now going up, that the electrification poles that I've seen in the past for high-speed rail have all been on the western portion of the property. And this project would, in fact, push those poles to the east, which would now make them much, much closer to the single-family residents on the east side.
Can I make a suggestion for your language?
Sure.
The project developer, prior to submittal of documents for project approval, shall submit plans to eliminate, or if not possible, minimize the risk that electrification poles will be placed on the east side of the tracks because of the project.
Yeah. This is a
Probably placed
totally
on the
separate.
east Side of the
I
project.
mean, you can try and combine them, but it's a separate one that would mirror the
Yeah, I
similar
don't think you
language.
I don't think you can put them together.
So the idea would be that the plans would show that there was enough space to incorporate the poles on the project side of the tracks? Is that what you're asking?
Basically, yeah.
Within the right-of-way?
Within the right-of-way.
I mean,
again, I think the idea is, and this is really more Scott's than mine, I was trying to help with language.
No, I hear you.
is That right now, I think Scott's expectation may be that the plan would be to put electrification on the west side of the tracks, but that because of the project, that would be moved to the east side of the tracks. And what Scott is looking to, I feel like I'm your lawyer now. What Scott is looking to prevent is that the project is going to be the motivating factor for moving those aspects necessary to the electrification closer to the east side residents.
I mean, I guess it requires the developer to anticipate the plans that, from my understanding, have not yet been drawn for that
I understand
project.
that's why. I mean,
So
this
it's
was
sort
less of a concern for me.
I mean, there's
than for
lots of words that come to mind, like speculative and things like that. But yeah, I mean, to see,
but they've
I guess from
already
what we
shown
know about the
drawings.
project at this point, that it can be, or some assurance from the applicants of high-speed rail and electrification.
It's speculative, but the electrification has already been approved, okay, and they've shown plans. So electrification hasn't been approved. The money is in place. Okay, so it's not approved, but the money is in place. Okay.
I mean, to use Planning Commissioner Silberman's analogy, it would be, a home having a public right-of-way over a portion for a road, and to go in to build a home on vacant land that has a right-of-way, to have to prove that somehow that the road wouldn't have to be expanded beyond, a future road would never need to be expanded beyond the existing right-of-way.
This is all staying within the existing right-of-way.
I mean, basically.
Right, that's what I mean, but you would have to prove that the road would stay within the existing right-of-way. I don't know how a homeowner would prove that. I mean, if you're to look at it as a...
Now I'm speaking for myself. Where I could say is, these things, minimizing disruption because of the project, I want it. And so basically, I want to be told either how to do it or that I can't do it. And, I mean, we're just not there. I mean, right now, I'm just asking, and, can we do it? And if we can, give me some ideas, and if we can't, tell me why I can't. I mean, that's basically where I am right now.
No, I think that's appropriate to have the developer, address these concerns and come up with potential solutions. Maybe less formal language than shall submit plans. And
these are, we're giving direction to the developer and the property owner in order to look into these things.
Yes.
Anyone else have any improvement measures?
I do.
Awesome.
I have one. I'd like to see some lighting improvements to the west side of El Camino to make the project a little more cohesive, so it's not so lopsided. When you have all of this new development on one side of El Camino, and the other side of the street is still untouched, and it creates this inequality that, and especially for the business owners. Amy Chang had spoken at length about this twice, I believe, at 2 of our meetings, and I believe she was right, that it takes away attention to their businesses and focuses it on the other side of the street. And I think it's something that the project needs just to make it more balanced.
You may need to help them with wording. And I'll say ahead of time. I mean,
Can you do that for me?
Well, I could, but I have a problem with this one because I don't see how we can require the developer as part of the project to put stuff in on the other side of the street, because it's not. Number one, it's not part of their land that they control. I mean, I know we got into this with the landscaping, but at least with the landscaping, it was actually the property of Samtrans. But with the other side of the street, it's like, how do you? I mean, you're basically telling the developer to improve the city, and I feel a little uncomfortable with that.
How about if, instead of telling the developer, how about if we encourage the city to work with the developer and the Grand Boulevard Initiative to look at ways to improve lighting on the west portion, the western side of El Camino, in the area around the project? Is that more in line with what's really capable of being done?
I think it's okay to say that.
Yeah.
But not as an improvement measure.
Okay. So that would be something that, again, sort of like the
You have a question?
quiet zone.
Right. It's one of the things the Planning Commission sees as a benefit to the community, and
Yes.
is recommending that the council get behind.
Okay. Do we need to?
I mean, I don't want to open up public comment, but if you have information that you think we need.
some sort of cohesive, balanced, whatever's going to be on the east side, I think should be on the west side of El Camino.
You mean, so you want the west side to be, like, have the similar brightness as the east side?
Yes.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chairman, we do have a streetscape plan for El Camino that was approved by the city council with streetlights and tree standards and things like that. So we actually do have a standard for El Camino, and the intent is that all of El Camino would eventually be improved. And we have funding for some of the improvements, and we're working on funding for other parts of El Camino. We don't have any funding directly in front of the Transit Village project yet. That's something that would be in the future, and that would be a city capital improvement program. So we have a plan, there's in various stages. We have a concept that's been approved. We have light standards even. The design of the lights have been chosen and the trees and all that. But it's up to the city to seek funding and for that.
But is that plan, is it taking into consideration this project if it were to happen, or is it completely independent of whatever goes on the other side of the street?
Well, it's independent because there's no nexus, although there is sort of a aesthetic nexus between this project and the other side of the street. And I understand what you're saying is that, it's kind of lopsided if the other side looks great and the other side doesn't. But for the city to say the developer has to pay for anything across the street, there is no nexus between this development and the other side of the street, I think, from a legal standpoint.
So even with the transition, the pavement improvements at Cherry where the new light's going to be, that has nothing to do with where it ends? I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, from one side, from the east side of El Camino, once you cross over that pavement improvement, it stops at the curb. You can't include the curb. And then
on the other side of the street or on the east side?
On the west side.
On the west side, no, you can't. There's not a nexus across the street. That's my understanding from talking this through with the city attorney's office, and Camus can always chime in on this one. But again, the city is making good progress on this, and there's other issues. There's other issues with the municipal code, i.e., that pavement improvements, sidewalk improvements, and trees are the responsibility of the property owners in the municipal code. It says that. However, because the city wants to improve the streetscape image and the Grand Boulevard appearance, we've aggressively pursued grant funds and gotten grant funds for some of it. We're working on getting grant funds for things that are south of Arroyo Street and all the way down south of the project site on the west side. So we're actively designing a project with a landscape architect that's being funded by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission right now. So we're working on this stuff. We haven't got so everything on the west side, let's say south of San Carlos Avenue, we're working on. We either have funding or we're working on funding. Everything north, is there something north, Deborah, from San Carlos Avenue north? Do we have any funding set in place for that?
Yes, to Bush.
To Bush.
Right.
So from Bush north, we don't have anything. That's about it at this point.
We have lighting from Bush north, but we don't have the ability to put in trees because of underground utilities.
Yeah, that's the other issue, So
it's
anyway.
Oak to Arroyo is a plan for trees and a new light standard, and that light standard becomes the standard for El Camino Real. And that project should be before the council to go out to bid, hopefully next month, if not, then in January.
So the lighting and the landscaping are going in hand in hand.
Yes.
You can't do one without the other.
Well, we're doing them in
want to.
tandem. Yeah,
Right.
we're trying to get everything done at the same
at the
time,
same
yes.
Okay.
So, I don't want anyone to be rushed. I mean, I'm prepared to make a motion to extend the meeting another 10 minutes if we're going to finish, but I don't want anyone to feel rushed. I mean, do people have more improvement measures that they want to talk about?
I have plenty of stuff for design review that wouldn't be appropriate at this time. I don't think improvement measures come close to addressing the issues of height, massing, conformance with the general plan, the view. So we'll just wait on that. So I am fine.
That's
Do you have more? Do you have more? Then I'd make a motion to extend the meeting, and I'm going to say 15 minutes. Just.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So getting back to your comment about lighting, the other idea behind this project is that it's supposed to be transformative. It's supposed to develop the east side of El Camino, and that the west side of El Camino will follow suit, and that projects there will actually start coming up, and as they do, you'll get additional lighting, you'll get the things paid for as things are redeveloped on the west side of El Camino.
Right. But my concern was this is, in the grand scheme of things, this is really a small improvement that we would ask for if it's possible. Because obviously redeveloping the west side of El Camino is going to require extensive time and effort. So this is just something that I think could.
The improvement measures is currently worded, I mean, we'd be asking the developer to consider working with the city to look at light improvements to the west side of El Camino opposite the project to create a cohesive balance on both sides of El Camino. Is that basically, would that achieve your goal?
Can't hurt.
I don't think
hurt,
that's right. I think that's a reasonable request.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Or funding lighting improvements.
What's that?
Or funding those improvements, because they don't necessarily have control, like you said, over the land.
Well, and you said that we have some already, so I guess it could be a cooperative effort.
Yeah, through funding.
Okay.
Any additional improvement measures?
Not at this time.
No, we may consider more down the road. It sounds like we can consider them at any time. We now need a motion.
Let me find it. I move that the Planning Commission direct the applicant to make. Can I add something to the motion? Just, can I add the word "to consider"? I move the Planning Commission direct. I move that the Planning Commission direct the applicant to make or consider certain changes to the project and/or incorporate additional measures not identified as required mitigation in the FEIR prior to the Planning Commission's consideration of the project for approval, as stated by the Planning Commission in the amended table of improvement measures dated November 19th, 2012, and supplemented in the meeting on November 19th, 2012.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we move on to reports on recent city council actions.
None.
None. Planning Commission comments or reports?
I have none.
No, none for me.
And correspondence?
Only as on your dais tonight.
And then
Dais, I should say.
planning staff comments, reports, and updates of current projects.
No meeting on December 3rd.
Okay. Meeting adjourned.